is seen as the biggest Raw of the year. This is when some talent gets called up from the developmental. This is when we get superstars returning that didn't have a program at WrestleMania. This is when we get rematches and shock moments, and very much it is seen as like, you know, a part of WrestleMania weekend. Like, this is the Raw after WrestleMania. The crowd is a international crowd. That crowd is going to be very boisterous. Obviously, that crowd was very vocal throughout WrestleMania as well. And I think that it's always helped when you get international fans that don't get to see WWE that often. Like, this might be the first time many fans have had a chance to watch WWE live for quite a few years. So as a result, you know, they've come over to have a good time, and that should show itself tonight. The crowd is normally a big, big part of the show. You might remember in the past we've had like matches on and the crowd have been knocking beach balls around and all this kind of stuff, which has upset a few people. And I do agree is a bit disrespectful, but that kind of party atmosphere is a big part of the show. I mean, you know, it's a case of making sure that you entertain the crowd so they don't need to entertain themselves, basically. But I think that this is something that is going to be a welcome return to the WWE Universe, because it has always been a show that people have looked forward to, and we have been starved of it for the past few years. So we have gone a few years without this show because of the pandemic. We've had Raws after WrestleMania, but unfortunately they've never been that big. They've never been kind of at the same scale. We've last year, I think we had a Thunderdome, so it was people, but they were on TV screens. The crowd weren't actually there. And then 2 years ago, I think I'm right in saying there was no people there at all. It was the night after WrestleMania 36, and the pandemic had really only been going a few months by that point. So we were, right at the beginning of it. So yeah, this is the first time since 2019 that we will have a full crowd and a proper Raw after WrestleMania. I can't say there's much in the way of rumors for tonight. It is rumored that there won't be Brock. No Brock rumored for tonight. That was something I read earlier. As well, it is thought that there will be a Cody segment. That's been confirmed. There will be, I think someone said RK Bro against Street Profits. So it looks like we're getting that match tonight. Maybe a few theories that it could be a title change and a heel turn by RK Bro tonight. We know that we're getting Veer. Veer is going to be on the show tonight, so that'll be a big pop. That'll be a big moment when Veer comes out. Will we get Bayley? Will we get Alexa? Will we get Asuka? Will we get Elias? Will we get The Rock? It's hard to say. I don't think we get The Rock personally, but we was talking about this on the football stream, and there were some excellent points that were being made that, there have been people that have come back on the Raw after WrestleMania, people that you would expect to be at WrestleMania, but they were used on Raw instead. So, there's never say never, but I would think if you had The Rock, you would want to be showing him off at WrestleMania more than you would at Raw. So I wouldn't expect that. I certainly wouldn't be disappointed if you don't get that. Either way, this is going to be, I'm sure, one of the most enjoyable Raws of the year. So sit back, relax, enjoy it. I got a few notes that are written down, not many. A few notes that are written down, and we can go through those. But I want to jump in to the chat just quickly. Airflow Games, hello. Hope you're well. Wrestle with Andy said, love the new thumbnail. Can't wait for Veer. Veer, man. Veer's going to be awesome. I hope you're well, Wrestle with Andy. Dysfunction said, we are no longer virgins. Speak for yourself. He's going to be arriving tonight, and that is definitely one that people are looking forward to. If you don't know, he is a wrestler that we have seen before, but he's gone away for a while, and now they're kind of teasing his return, his, I suppose in a way, official arrival. Like, he was around, but Like, he was just used in the background, really. Now, like, they're really going to present him as being a big deal. So we'll have to see, like, how they use him. What's his first match going to be? Is he just going to take on a jobber and squash him, or will he get into a feud straight away? It's hard to know. It's hard to know what the future holds for quite a few people. Like, what next for Amos? What next for Bobby Lashley? What next for Veer? What next for Cody? It's I feel like Becky and Bianca might have a rematch. If not, then what next for Bianca? I do have Bianca written down, actually. I don't know if you saw the picture of her eye, but her eye was bad and swollen, and it looked pretty awful. So let me just go Bianca's eye, WWE, see if we can find a picture of it. So you might remember that when Becky came down off that top rope, she kind of clipped Bianca with her heel. And I've got the image here of how that looks now. Just worth knowing, because if she does come out, I mean, there's no makeup in the world that's going to hide this. That is, look at that. I mean, it is. I'm guessing swollen shut. I don't know if she's just got her eyes closed, but there's definitely some swelling there. Unsurprisingly, if you compare, like, underneath her eye, you can see underneath her eye on the left-hand side, her right. Compare underneath to the other side, and you can see that it's, like, really swollen out. So, yeah, she's definitely suffering at the moment. So, Bianca, definitely taking a bit of punishment. You would think she would be on the show tonight, but honestly, with her eye looking like that, I don't know. They might just do, like, a video package or something instead, and like, just let it settle down a little bit. But yeah, it looks rough, doesn't it? It looks rough. I mean, it's Bianca. She still looks lovely, but yeah, the eye looks. What do you think's going to happen today? Well, look, I mean, I think there'll be some call-ups. I think we'll get Bron Breakker. I think we'll get Tommaso Ciampa. We might. I think if we get Breakker and Ciampa, I think they're to be expected. I think you can borderline expect them. But I think if it was someone like EO, that would be a surprise. Or anyone other than, Tommaso and Bron Breakker, they would be surprises. So I am expecting there to be a couple of NXT call-ups. You would think there would be a return of some kind, like an Asuka or a Bayley. I think you can almost certainly expect Alexa. I think Alexa will come back. So I think Alexa, I think Braun, I think Ciampa. I think you will get, obviously, a big Cody segment. You'll get Veer. You'll get, apparently, a rematch for RK Bro Street Profits. Could we see the titles change hands tonight? Could it be we get the heel turn tonight? Like, that's something to keep an eye on. What happens in the Roman segment? I'm guessing he's on the show. He's got both belts now, so really he's got responsibilities on Raw and SmackDown. So I'm guessing the show would start with Roman. That would probably make the most sense. So he'll come out, and if there's no Brock, then someone else is surely going to make their presence felt. Could it be The Rock? I don't think so. Let's not pin our hopes on that. But these are the kind of things that I'm definitely thinking are realistic, and definitely things that I think you can expect. But, curveballs would be Cena, would be Rock, would be Bianca dropping the title tonight after just winning it. That would be I wouldn't see that coming. Like, imagine Bianca is put in a match with Alexa Bliss and Alexa leaves as champion. Like, that would be a hell of a curveball. But the exciting thing about this Raw is really nothing is off the table. Anything can happen on this Raw, and you can kind of get as crazy as you want, really, with your theories and whatever, because we have seen crazy stuff in the past. We saw Paige, who was the NXT Women's Champion at the time, came up after, I think it was WrestleMania 30, came up to Raw to congratulate AJ Lee on winning, got in the ring. AJ Lee didn't appreciate it, said, I'll give you a match for the title right now, right here, right now. Paige was like, I'm not ready. Paige won. Paige left with the NXT and the WWE Divas Championship. She had like both of the belts, and it was like, oh my god, that was a massive moment. That was an amazing moment. I mean, the Dolph Ziggler cash-in is one of my favorites. Raw. I think someone later might say, what's your favorite Raw after Mania moments? Those two are the two that always come to mind. Brock as well was a real good one, coming out and challenging John Cena. That was an amazing one as well. But yeah, the other one as well is, what about Roman after WrestleMania 33 coming out and getting booed out the building for about 5-10 minutes? Like, everyone was just booing him because he'd beaten, and we thought, retired The Undertaker. I mean, people weren't into Roman when he was a face at all. Actually, I can't say it all, because it was a little bit John Cena-ish where the kids were and certain people were. But, it was a very much a split. It's not like people were universally loving him. And I would say a lot of the kind of internet wrestling community were like, turn him heel, please turn him heel. Don't do with Roman what you did with Cena. Please turn him heel, which is why his heel run has been so amazing and appreciated. But I think that that was amazing. Like, when he beat Undertaker at WrestleMania 33, the next night on Raw, he comes out and he goes, and he can't even talk without them going, boo! And like hurling abuse at him, and like he just couldn't get a word out. It was amazing. If you've never seen it, it is amazing. It's an amazing moment. There's been some brilliant Raw after WrestleMania moments, and because we've gone so long without one, I have to think they've got some juicy stuff planned. I have to think that this is a show that they've put some thought into. I think the one thing that you can say about WrestleMania is they definitely did not wing it. Do you know what I mean? It's not as if they've just gone out there and done the matches. Like, there's been a lot of thought that's gone into this WrestleMania. A lot of thought, all throughout. I mean, even on day 2, which I didn't think was anywhere near as strong as day 1, there was a lot of thought that went into it. A lot of things that they planned and put in place. And there's a lot of work that's gone into those 2 days. And I have to think that, that will carry over to tonight. So it's very exciting. Very, very exciting. Raw is on BT Sport 2 tonight. It is. Raw is on BT Sport 2 tonight, which is a little strange, but Almighty Supreme One said, I'm hoping for LA Knight. Oozes Sports Entertainment. LA Knight. I can see LA Knight coming up. Let me talk to you. I am seeing the rumours are that Scott is showing up, not Rick, tonight, says T. They're completely buried Lesnar, losing constantly to Reigns. Yesterday, Lesnar should have won. It's been 560 days now, says Summit. DCB said, what time does Raw start? Well, Raw doesn't start for quite a while. I mean, I think it starts in like an hour and a half-ish. But I wanted to start early because, I mean, there's so much to go through. There's so much to talk about that I didn't want to like try and cram it in. This is not a normal Raw. And this has not been a normal weekend. So I wanted to make sure that we were, getting opportunity to get in as much fan theory and thought as possible. So we're starting nice and early. What do you think Cody will do next? Do you think Cody is the one to dethrone Roman? Well, the concern is that it's going to be... The concern is that it's going to be Roman that dethrones Roman, because Roman, I don't know if you saw last night, his arm, his shoulder was all messed up. So when he goes into the barricades, that spot with him and Brock going into the barricades, I'm guessing it's that bit where he messes up his arm, because it felt at the time like he'd messed up his arm at that point, because you can sort of tell when someone is really hurt and when they're selling. Because when they're selling, they'll sell it for a bit and then kind of forget about it and move on. When they're really hurt, they just keep going back to it, and it was a level of selling that was either Oscar worthy or he was legit hurt. And the way that his arm was quite limp, and he was really selling it. And even when he was like sat in the corner of the ring and the cameras weren't on him, he was still nursing it, and it was still a problem. And you looked at it and you were like, I think that's real. It looks legit. And pictures have come out now where you can actually see, like, I don't know what he's done. I don't know if he's torn a muscle. I don't think he ain't broken a bone. But there's definitely like a lump that's come up, and it doesn't look great at all. I mean, if I can find an image, I will try and find an image. We've looked at Bianca's eye. We can have a look at Roman's arm and see if there is an image of that. I know it was doing the rounds on social media. WrestleMania. I might have to jump onto Twitter to find... Yeah, I'm going to have to jump onto Twitter for it. Many of you will have seen it, but there'll be some out there that haven't. So let's go Twitter and see if we can find it. Boom. Boom. Roman arm. That'll do. Yeah, there it is. So this, I don't know who's created this. I can't give them credit, to be honest, because I don't know where it's come from. But this is the image that's doing the rounds of Roman's arm from WrestleMania. So, I mean, look, I feel like you can see that there's a bump that's on it. It kind of really shows itself better at that bottom left picture. You can really see, like, the swelling and the bump. I don't know what that is. That on the bottom right as well, actually, look, you can really see it. I don't know what that protrusion is. I don't know if that's a torn muscle. I don't know. I mean, I don't feel it's a broken bone. But, I don't know how he's done that. But it really does go some way to explaining as to why the match was maybe below expectation. It was certainly below my expectation. I still think that, they hit quite a few spears and they were, back and forth. And it was still like a who's going to win. I think the match is really helped by how big the build had been and the fact both titles were on the line. And as I said at the time, like, we could be seeing Roman's 500-odd day title reign come to an end. So there was quite a bit of peril and the drama as a result. But so that helped the match because I think the match itself struggles, and I think it struggles because Roman, batters his arm and knackers his arm. So I think that Roman could come out tonight and relinquish the titles if that is going to need long-term surgery. So the question was, who is going to dethrone Roman? It could be Roman. It could be a barricade that does it, because if he's going to be needing surgery and out for X amount of months, then he might have to relinquish the belts. And I really hope, I'm hoping it does not go that way and it's not needed, because that'd be awful. That'd be the end of the 500-odd day title run, and no one would benefit from it. And we would then have to, I mean, it would be fun to have to do tournaments or find a way of finding out who the new champ's going to be. Like, that would be pretty fun. So, I mean, there'd be a positive that would come out from that regard, but I think the whole Roman story has, would have been built up to him just relinquishing the belt, and I think that'd be such a shame. Thomas said, we need a minute silence for Sami Zayn's future kids. Well, I mean, Thomas obviously taking that bowling ball to the little Sami Zayn's, to the Kevin Owens. I think there's probably a chance there won't be any future kids. So that match has divided opinion quite a bit, but I think a lot of people seem to appreciate the entertainment that was in it. But I mean, for me, the Knoxville match is a really hard one to score because there's moments in it that are just absurd and honestly not to my taste. And I think at the end where Sammy's just lying there and they the big mousetrap goes off and it's all clearly really fake and phony, and he can get up and out of it, and it's just I don't know. I mean, there is definitely it's so weird. It's really weird because like when I was young, I believed that wrestling was real, and like it's just such a different time now where I think kids get into it knowing that it isn't, because there's rumors and shoot interviews and all of this. So I think wrestling has like drastically changed, and so as a result, because kayfabe is now dead, and we know that this isn't real, and the kids know this isn't real, and everyone knows this isn't real. Instead, now, like, it leans more into the, let's entertain them. Let's do what we can. Now that everyone knows that it's not a contest, like, let's lean into the entertainment stuff more. And that's always going to be a struggle for me. That's always going to be a conflict, because I still get the most enjoyment out of wrestling when it is Roman and Brock, or Cody and Seth, or Gunter, or, you know, as I keep saying, like, where two people are wrestling to try and win. Like, for me, it's all about who's going to get the belts, who's the best wrestler, who beats who. That's where I get my most enjoyment from. So something like the Knoxville match is really counter to that. You know, the parts of it are really counter to that. But there was parts of it that are really fun. I mean, like, that bit where Sami Zayn is up top and Knoxville doesn't throw him in the ring, he throws him out the ring onto a table that's got mousetraps on it. Like, that's a good spot. I mean, they caught me by surprise. I mean, like, you always expect to see someone thrown into the ring. You don't expect them to get thrown out. There's something really vicious and dark and aggressive and, I don't know, like, really... it's so unexpected to see someone not get thrown in where they're going to have a bit of a softer landing, so the ring has got some give to it. But there's something really, like, sinister about seeing someone... You've got that option, you see. I think that's what it is. Like, Johnny Knoxville had the option. Do I throw him in? Do I throw him out? And he threw him out. And it was quite shocking, like, in all fairness, to see him take that option. And not only that, threw him out onto a table that was set up that had mousetraps all over it, which I'm sure were gimmicked and probably not even set. Yeah, or if they were set, then I can't imagine the spring had, like, you know, that much spring on it. I'm sure it wasn't. I'm sure they weren't real mousetraps. I'd like to think they weren't real mousetraps, because that would be flipping moody, really moody. But there was definitely moments like that I did appreciate. And, like, I mean, like, it was great to see Party Boy coming in and, like, Sami Zayn just, like, not quite knowing what to do as Party Boy is in there dancing away. I got the humour out of that bit. So, yeah, but I get why people were split on it. Some people just loved it, just watch it, don't think about it, and just loved it. Some people, I think, that are maybe a bit more traditional in their what they enjoy from wrestling, struggled. As we said, Jim Cornette, I'm sure, will, you know, have had a stroke. I'm sure Jim Cornette is still on the floor following that match. Probably didn't even watch it, to be honest. I've listened to Jim Cornette quite a bit, and, like, if he gets to something like that that's just not his cup of tea, he just fast forwards it and doesn't even watch it. So he probably didn't give it the time of day. David said, do you like Austin Theory's new theme or his old theme? I didn't hear it, to be honest. I mean, I have to have the sound down. That's one of the drawbacks, really, when it comes to doing the watch-alongs, is we can pick up on a lot of stuff, but when it comes to, like, a change in a theme or something that commentary have said, because we have to have the sound down for copyright reasons, that stuff can pass us by. So I can't comment on that. But I think that, you know, Austin Theory is someone that's clearly a star in the future, but I think what they're doing with him right now is a bit strange. I think that, I don't know. I mean, like, I suppose what they're doing is they're just getting him out there right now. They're just trying to do something with him, so at least he's on the show and is out in front of people, and really the result and what he's actually doing, like, doesn't really matter as much as, well, let's just get him out there. Let's just find a way to get him on the show. So I'm looking forward to when we actually start getting going with Austin Theory and we actually start putting him into some feuds that are interesting and matter and we can actually start moving with Theory. So I'm looking forward to that. But we're not quite at that stage yet. It seems like we've literally just been having him put with Vince to build him up for WrestleMania, and then at WrestleMania we've just sort of put him out there. And as we said, hopefully as we move into the summer, we'll give him something to get his teeth into. Sam said, Sam, shout out to you, said, my dad is a former college wrestler and has seen many injuries like that. I showed him the picture and he said it's a torn muscle or tendon. Well, I mean, a torn muscle, I don't know how long that would have him out for, to be honest. I mean, a torn muscle doesn't feel like something that's going to repair in a few weeks. But equally, how much would WWE be willing to bend on this? I mean, don't you think it's like really ironic how they put both belts onto one superstar, and in the actual match that they do it, that one superstar that was victorious ends up getting injured and is now going to be out for a few months potentially. Like, there's a real irony to that. There's a real irony to it. So, It's kind of like how they crowned the first Universal Champion and they put the belt on Finn Balor, and in the match he got injured, and literally on the next, I think it was the next Raw, that was after SummerSlam, but the next Raw he ends up having to relinquish the title and surrender the belt. So it's crazy, isn't it? Did you believe the earthquake killed Damien? I didn't know what had happened, to be honest. I mean, when he goes against the ropes and he sat on him, and squashed it. I mean, I felt like the snake was. I felt like the snake was in there. I was horrified by it. I don't remember it. Like, I don't remember thinking that he had died, or thinking he'd squashed it to the point where it's dead. But I thought like might have injured it or something. I don't know. I didn't know, because obviously you don't see it. It's just a bag, isn't it? It's a bag that's put in the middle of the ring, and earthquake goes against the ropes, and but I was, definitely, it got me. I didn't think it was an empty bag. I didn't think there was nothing in there, because of like Jake's reaction and everything, and the way that I think Vince was doing the commentary. I mean, yeah, there was some crazy stuff, wasn't there, that happened back in the day. But that's my era, man. I love that era. The late 80s, early 90s, and when kayfabe is, alive and well, it's still an era that I treasure. Hazza said Cody is going to open tonight. I'm intrigued to see what he says, as I've got a feeling that Vince will want to milk the Seth Cody feud for at least one more month. Thoughts? I don't know if he will milk it for one more month, or if the plan is to move on to something else. What I will say is that apparently when he went in to meet with Vince and everything, they pitched him an idea that he said was so beautiful, and was, I don't know if it was the idea of him against Seth and we'll do it this way and you'll come out at WrestleMania. I don't know if that's what the idea was, or if it's what's to come. But he said like it was perfect and it was beautiful and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Is it hard to know like what they do now? It could be a feud with Seth. It could be that we get like a rematch and they do something. It's going to be very, very interesting. I mean, I really don't know. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine Seth will come out and will, not be quite done. But whether someone is going to distract Seth or Seth's going to go in a different direction, I don't know. I really don't know. I wouldn't do a feud. I can answer that. I wouldn't. I think Seth Cody is one of the best WrestleMania matches I've ever seen, right? I said that on Saturday. I went to bed on Saturday night, woke up Sunday, felt exactly the same. I'm sat here now, I feel exactly the same. It is one of the best WrestleMania matches I've ever seen. And I think that to like follow that with something would be, I mean, you could say it's good booking because people all want to see it again. But I would make people wait. I think you could do it again, but we don't need to do it straight away. I think there's so many matches for Cody that I would if I was booking him, I would look at someone else and go in a different direction. I would circle back to Seth at some point, but I wouldn't be doing it anytime soon. So I can tell you what I would do, but what they will do, I'm not too sure. Moldy said, looks like a torn tricep. Edge tore his bicep in 2020 and was out for months. Will Roman have to, Moldy, shout out to you. Will Roman have to relinquish? We don't know is the answer. I mean, it's definitely, there's a buzz that's going around that it could go that way because of, the image that we just looked at. But is he gonna relinquish? I mean, if he's out for a couple of months and he's going to need surgery, that is going to be very, very difficult for him to not relinquish the title. It's going to have to be a decision that Vince makes, of course. It's going to come down to what Vince wants to do. I mean, if he's out of the picture, I mean, wow, I mean, that is going to be horrific because Brock's gone. I mean, there's no Brock tonight. I'm expecting him to now work a reduced schedule. So Brock would be gone. Roman would be gone. I mean, what an opportunity for Cody Rhodes. What an opportunity. Cody Rhodes, now you've got to think, is positioned to really, take the ball. I've got to think that they will, really lean on Seth, lean on Cody, lean on Kevin Owens, lean on Drew. Like, I've got to be thinking those for both shows, SmackDown and Raw. If Roman is out for a few months and Brock's not around, I've got to be thinking these are the names that are going to be around the top of the cards. So we'll have to wait and see. And also, if he's forfeiting, he's going to have to forfeit both, isn't he? So, I mean, that's 2 new champions we're going to have to find. So, God, it could be a massive announcement tonight. Could be a massive announcement. If I'm Vince, I'm trying to find a way where he doesn't. I'm trying to find a way where he isn't going to have to relinquish. Because I really don't want to, that. I mean, can you imagine the booking of trying to figure out how you get the belts onto new champions and how you go about doing it and who those people are going to be and how are you going to continue to draw 2 point whatever million on SmackDown if you haven't got Brock or you haven't got... Well, actually, think about it. The women could step up. I mean, if it could be a case that, we start to lean on Ronda and Charlotte and we bring Bayley's back or Asuka's back and we start to lean on Bianca and, maybe they start to, carry the shows for a bit. Do you remember, when Roman wasn't around and he was away during the pandemic because, I think it was the, leukemia thing. He wasn't at WrestleMania, was he? And he was absent. They leaned heavily on Bayley. I remember them leaning. Bayley and Sasha were really, and Drew were really carrying those pandemic shows. So they might have to lean on the women again, which is no bad thing. I'm totally down for it, but there's no denying it'd be a massive loss. Massive loss. Mason says, hello, ready for tonight, hoping for a good one. Mason, shout out to you, dude. Yep, very much so. Very, very much so. Life of Daz says, hi, birds. What a great Mania weekend. Yeah, I agree. Just to, throw it out there and just continue the conversations going. I scored it a 7.5 overall. Really not much, thought into that. Just, obviously, we scored night 1, or I scored night 1, 8.75. Night 2, I scored 6.25. And then, it just dawned on me that if you add those 2 scores together, it comes to 15. And so if you divide that by the 2 nights, it came out at 7.5. And actually, if someone had said, what do you score WrestleMania? That honestly would have been where I would have been. That honestly would have been, around my score. I feel like this WrestleMania is the best of the 2-day WrestleManias. I think that we were in a really, really special place after night 1. And then, for me personally, a lot of the stuff that happened on night 2 was, below expectation, and there was nothing that got close to Cody Seth. There was nothing that got close to Cody Seth. So for me, 7.5 for the both nights, I think, is very, very fair. And it's a good score as well, because I put another tweet out saying that now the dust is starting to settle. I can honestly say it's a top 20 WrestleMania for me. And I can honestly say that if you were to just take day one, that would probably be a top 5 WrestleMania if you just look at day one. But if you put in day 2, I think we slip out of the top 10. I'm not saying it's 20. Like, it could be 14th. It could be 15th. It could be 16th. I've not sat down and done the actual list. You know, I don't know if I'd be pushed to say it's a top 15. I mean, it could be. It could be a top 15. Even with both days added together, it could be a top 15 WrestleMania. But it doesn't beat 17, and it doesn't beat 19, and it doesn't beat 30, and it doesn't beat 31. And, you know, it doesn't beat 8. I love 8. Like, you can go down a list of WrestleManias that, for me, this doesn't beat. So I'm quite comfortable in it being outside the top 10. Where it sits between, like, 11 and 20, I haven't gone that far. So, yeah, now that dust is settling, I've got... Because this was something we were talking about going into Sunday. Where will it sit? And I was like, look, if this goes well, it could be top 5. But, you know... It was always going to be hard. Even on paper, you looked at it and you were like, I just can't see this getting to what we got on night 1. But, you know, they gave it a damn good go. I think, you know, it definitely suffered by the injury that Roman sustained. You know, that main event match really couldn't deliver to the heights that we were hoping. I think Edge AJ as well, just for whatever reason, the chemistry wasn't there. I don't know. That didn't quite deliver to the heights I was hoping for either. So that was a bit of a shame. But, you know, listen, overall, very, very positive. And I think that opinion, from what I've seen on social media, has been shared. I'm really not seeing many people saying this was a disaster. I'm not seeing many people at all. And honestly, even AEW fans I'm not seeing say this was a horrific write-off, what a mess. I'm just not seeing that. So it seems like a general consensus is this has been a big success. People saying they need to maintain this momentum. So, let's try and scroll up. I just want to make sure that we're all good with the super chats, and then I'll try and get into the chats. Yes, good. I just watched a thing about Damien, and it was burger meat that was in the bag. I don't remember seeing like meat spilling out or anything like this, but it's great that they went to that length of detail and whatever. But yeah, I remember it being a real shocking moment. I never watched it because it didn't happen at pay-per-view. I believe it happened on like a weekly show, like Superstars or something, Wrestling Challenge, you know, one of them. And I just remember seeing it in the video package. Obviously, it was used a lot in the video package. And so I saw it from there, and like, yeah, it was shocking. Life of Daz says, keep up the good streams. Shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. 31 was good with the heist of the century. Yes, very good. I do like 31. I don't rate it as high as 30, but heist of the century, as you said, and there was quite a few things, actually. I mean, that Sting's only WrestleMania match. The result really bugs me, it bugs me that that's Bray Undertaker as well, and it bugs me that Bray doesn't win. So I really think that Bray should have won that and been the new face of fear. And it bugs me that Sting didn't win. So, I mean, the matches, the card is good. But what stops it getting to, like, you know, the kind of top 5 for me is that some of the results weren't correct, or for me weren't correct. But one of my all-time favourite moments is on that show, which is the Rock and Ronda moment that we spoke about over WrestleMania weekend. Mason said, I don't think Vince realised there was a night 2. It was there was still a lot of planning that went into that second night. There was still a lot of work. I mean, if you think, like, There was the cheerleaders used for an entrance. There was the car that was used for Sasha's entrance. There was the throne that was used for Edge's entrance. I was surprised that there wasn't really anything big for Roman. I mean, Roman being the tribal chief and the head of the table and all of this, you would imagine there would have been something quite grand for his entrance. I don't know if we were running out of time or something, but I did hear, actually, I did have it written down, Drew was meant to have a big entrance. Apparently there was, and I don't know how, I presume this is true, but there was apparently a lot of people backstage dressed in kilts, kilted warriors that were meant to come out for Drew's entrance that weren't used. So I did hear that Drew's entrance was cut short. So we spoke about Drew, we spoke about Bianca's eye, we spoke about Brock not being expected. Pat Buck is the other thing I've got written down. So Pat Buck is an agent that worked backstage, and he actually booked the main event. Apparently after the main event, he resigned. It's not because of how the main event went. It's more because I think he wanted to get to WrestleMania, do that, and then focus on something else after, mainly his family. So he's resigned apparently, and he was a big agent backstage, been around for quite a while, good few years, and it's kind of an interesting bit of news that he's resigned. Not a massive deal, not a big problem. They can replace it, but that was just something that was doing the rounds. Life of Daz said, will you play 2K22 on stream at all? Probably not. I don't have the game. So it's not something that I'm planning on buying. I mean, I might buy it once it hits a sale in 4 months' time or whatever. But I can't say I've got any plans to stream it. That's not really my focus. Video games has never really been a focus. I have dabbled in doing the odd video, just because it's just as opportunities come up, as a new game and there's a bit of buzz, then I've done it in the past. So it's not like something that's completely, out there for us to do, but it's not something that the channel is known for or something that I've ever leaned heavily into. So, no, I can't say that we would ever go that way. Or, I can't say I've got plans to go that way, let's put it that way. The best WrestleMania is the ones that you watched as a kid and you had all your figures in the ring. Nostalgia or not, you just can't beat those days. Days, you were saying during the pandemic you couldn't get into Seth and you wanted Monday Night Rollins. Yes. How are you finding this version of Seth? Are you enjoying it? Well, I feel like this version of Seth is much better than the Messiah stuff. The Messiah stuff where he's got disciples and he's talking about being a higher power. And, I mean, I don't mind that kind of gimmick, as long as it's better explained. I remember having conversations with people at the time and they were saying, no, you don't get it, he's mad. And I was like, but no one's saying he's mad, and no one's trying to help him. If he's lost his mind, wouldn't his friends try to have a word and see if they could help? Wouldn't we see some vignettes where, say, Becky was concerned? No one was bothered. No one cared. No one seemed to be bothered that Seth had just all of a sudden started declaring himself as a messiah and had disciples and all of this. And I was like, it's just silly. It struck me as being a bit silly. It struck me as being quite uncreative and not really thought through. And so, yeah, I wasn't a fan of it. I think since he moved to SmackDown, he moved away from that because, he was the Monday Night Messiah. And so I think when he moved to SmackDown, he couldn't be the Monday Night Messiah. He could have been the Friday Night Messiah, but he didn't go that way. Instead, he kind of evolved the character a little bit, moved away from the, being a higher power, higher purpose, all of that. Instead, he just started wearing, wacky clothes and cackling. And, again, it was never really explained. It's just a colourful character now, quite vibrant, quite out there. To be honest, I mean, I still want the character. I can cope with him wearing wild clothes. That's not a problem. I don't care about that. I think what I want is killer matches. And what I got from him against Cody was Monday Night Messiah. Was not Monday Night Messiah. Monday Night Rollins. You know, he was always someone that was stealing the show on Raw. And I must admit, it's been a while since I've seen him steal a show. I feel like he might have stole Crown Jewel because he had a great cage match, Hell in a Cell match against Edge. Really outside of that, it was great to see him come down in Shield attire against Roman. I don't think he stole the Royal Rumble, but that was a nice moment, seeing him come down in, old school Shield attire. I'll give him props for that. But, look, there's no denying. For me, the best match of the weekend was Seth and Cody. I would just love a little bit more depth to this character. I mean, wearing the wacky clothes is great, but what else is there? What is his motivation? It's been really enjoyable, though, seeing him desperately trying to get onto WrestleMania. That's a story that I've been able to get my teeth into. That's had some creativity behind it, and I've really appreciated that. So I can't say that what he's doing now really represents anything. He's just being kind of loud with his clothes. That's all it seems to be now. But as long as they're giving him good creative, and as long as we're having great matches, then yes, I would say this is more palatable, because there's nothing he's not claiming that he's a higher power, or that he's seen the truth, or he's seeking the truth, or he's trying to sacrifice Rey Mysterio, or we've moved away from that nonsense. So yes, I would say this is more palatable. But I still feel like we could add some depth to the character. I feel like the character lacks depth. So I would like to explore that a little bit. So, but yeah, I would say it's better. Richard, shout out to you, said, who do you think will be Roman's next challenger? I'm hoping for Cody, but I'm also hoping it's Rock. Who do you think challenges Roman? I've heard rumors it's Drew. I hope not. So, Drew would be logical, because I think Roman is a SmackDown superstar still, and I know that he's got both belts, but I think it's probably more likely that he drops the WWE title and continues his Universal reign, because that's already at 560 odd days. Why would he just drop that now and leave it? Because you can't really continue the 500. You could continue 560 odd days as champion, I suppose, but you're sort of technically dropping the belt that you was champion of. I mean, in a way, do you remember when they did the title swap? When they did that Superstar Shake-Up or Draft, and there was the title swap between the tag teams, and they did it between Becky and Charlotte. They did the title swap. I don't think their reign started from 0 when they did that. Technically, they should have, because they're different championships. But I bet their reigns didn't start from 0 once they did the title swapping. So I suppose technically, if he did drop the Universal, it might be able to continue, but there'd be a little asterisk saying "fun fact." But I don't think it would go that way. I think I could see him dropping the WWE, carrying on with the Universal, and facing Drew. I think Drew would be the next opponent. But you might have seen that we've been talking for about 50 minutes already about the fact that he's got a massive, well, we think it's a torn muscle, according to you guys, according to Moldy Spoon and whoever. And who knows what the future holds. He might have to relinquish both titles, so we might not even get that far. We might not need to worry about a next challenger. I certainly don't think his next challenger is The Rock. If The Rock's facing him, it's at next year's WrestleMania. SummerSlam at the earliest, but more likely next year's WrestleMania. So it won't be The Rock. But yeah, Drew. I would say Drew would be quite likely. Or a surgeon. That could be the next person he sees. A surgeon. Mason, shout out to you, said, what would you say to Bron Breakker joining Edge's cult? I think he could do a dark sort of tone and would benefit from being under Edge's wing. Well, I do agree that he would benefit from being under Edge's wing, but I don't know. It would be weird to see him doing that dark kind of tone. You see, the thing with Bron Breakker is he is kind of quite loud. I mean, he's quite loud with his ring gear. And obviously he comes down with the dog face grembling, hoo, 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 like making that kind of a noise. He's someone that's not going to, like, shy away in the background. He's kind of a big personality, he's very outspoken. And I would say that it doesn't really lend itself to being, like, kind of a quiet, standing behind Edge in the background. I would say that that's the kind of role that Buddy Murphy played quite well when he was a disciple for Seth. Because don't forget, Seth's disciples were Austin Theory and Buddy Murphy. So I would say that, Buddy Murphy plays that quite well. I struggle to see Bron Breakker do it. I mean, look, he's a sports entertainer, so I'm sure whatever you give him, he's going to be able to do. I'm sure whatever you give him, he's going to give his best at. Whether he would excel at it, I'm not too sure. I feel like there's better people that can go into that position than Bron Breakker. But what I do like about your proposal is putting him with Edge. Because I do agree that Bron Breakker coming up on his own, he's going to feel a little bit lost, maybe. Like, he probably does need to be with someone. Could be kind of fun if he was with Randy Orton. But Randy Orton has just done babysitting. He's just babysitted Riddle. So, does he want to go into babysitting Bron Breakker? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that he does. But, yeah, I mean, it could be that, like, I could see Bron Breakker maybe even being, like, the Miz's bodyguards. I could see something like that. But I don't know that I can see him in Edge's faction. It's not the worst, but, I don't know, he's quite loud, isn't he? Quite outspoken. But I do like him with Edge. I think that's a good shout. So, Richard, appreciate the support, dudes. And Mason, shout out to you. Mason's been very supportive and sharing his thoughts and theories, and it's good. So I love reading the stuff from everyone that's joining us. I mean, I'd be sat here on my own otherwise. So Kieran said, Days, I'm hoping we get Cody versus AJ or Cody versus Finn one day. Both matches would be great. Thanks for subscribing to my channel. I've been happy ever since. Awesome. You're welcome. Yeah, I'd love... I mean, look, this is why I'm saying, like, if I was booking Cody, I wouldn't be putting him in a feud with Seth now, just because I think there's so many opponents for Cody, so many exciting options that I would really be looking at starting to, explore some of them. We can always circle back round to Seth. And I understand there's an argument that, well, you could do a feud with Seth and you can always get to these other opponents, like, whenever. But the thing with WWE is it's not like AEW. It's bigger. Do you know what I mean? There's people on Raw. There's people on SmackDown. There's people getting called up. There's people that are coming back. There's so many people. And there's so many great matches for Cody that you might as well just, start ticking a few off. And just giving the fans, some stuff to get their teeth into. So, I would hold off on the Seth rematch. You can circle back to that at any point. And I would start to go a different way. I don't know. I think the first feud should be, as I said, a mid-card heel, someone that Cody is going to get a good showing against, a good match out of, and a good win. But I think at this stage, we're still introducing him to people. We're still introducing him to the wider WWE universe. Those fans that don't watch AEW. I mean, look, if you don't watch AEW, if the only wrestling that you watch is WWE, and there's a lot of people that is the case. When I was young and growing up, I only watched WWE. I don't even know. I don't think I could watch territories. I don't think I could watch what was happening outside of, like, WCW or WWE. Like, I couldn't watch, like, what NWA were doing or any of this other stuff. So I think there's probably still a lot of people that are in that boat now. If you didn't watch AEW and you only watch WWE, well, what's Cody going to mean to you? What does Cody Rhodes mean? I mean, you might have heard the name. You might have seen clips of him on Twitter or something, but you're still going to need to be introduced to who this guy is. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit like when the New Japan guys come over and it's like, well, I've heard of this guy and I've seen a few matches or I've seen some clips, but, you know, I need to see what this is all about, you know. We had that recently with Switchblade Jay White. A few people in our community didn't watch New Japan, which is more than understandable. I've only watched like Wrestle Kingdoms and the occasional big matches. I certainly don't watch week in, week out. So, you know, Switchblade Jay White, that's the kind of person that hardcore wrestling fans that watch New Japan and all of this stuff would know. But the wider wrestling fan base, you know, would need to be introduced to him. And I kind of feel that, amazingly, I think Cody's in that boat as well. There's hardcore WWE fans that just watch this product, so we need to introduce him first. And I would do that against a mid-level heel that he can get wins against, and then we can build towards some of those juicier kind of AJ Styles, Finn Balor type matches, like further down the road. And not that far down the road, honestly. I mean, it's not going to take long for people to, okay, I get this guy. I get what this guy's about, you know. You'll get it after a feud, you know. This is what he's like on the mic. This is what he wants to achieve. This is what he stands for. This is why he's back. I mean, him against Orton as well would be incredible. Dortnite said, it would be like Trigger's broom in Only Fools and Horses if he gets rid of the old belt and the new one contributes to the record. Yeah, for those that don't know that joke, there was a TV show where the guy had a broom and he was like, I've had this broom for 30 years and it's never let me down. And they were like, 30 years you've had the same broom? And he's like, yeah. And they were like, and never let you down? He's like, no. I mean, look, they used to build things better back in the day, you know, things were made to last. I've only had to change the handle 20 times and the broom head 15 times. But it's, you know, it's never let me down. And they were like, how's that the same broom then? And that was the joke. And it's kind of a famous little clip from a sitcom here in the UK called Only Fools and Horses, which I would say is probably the most popular sitcom that we've ever had. I don't know if it's ever shown in America, to be honest, or Canada or abroad. I never hear people abroad really ever mention it. It's always like Benny Hill and Mr. Bean, but over here in the UK, Only Fools and Horses is the big deal. Daniel said, did you hear Cody say that he's faced everyone that he wanted to face in AEW? He didn't wrestle Punk, Mox, Kenny, Hangman, Bryan, Sting. He said Sammy, Darby, MJF, and others were the people that he was most looking forward to wrestling. I have tried to check out as much of that as I can. I have tried to check out as many of those interviews as possible. I mean, the big 50-minute kind of media scramble, I didn't get all the way through that, but I definitely got a good 20 minutes, 25 minutes and got a flavour of it. I saw the whole Ariel Helwani interview. I mean, it's all really fascinating stuff. I mean, he's not talking bad about AEW. He says he wishes them all the best. I mean, there's been some incredible stuff that's come out. I have no idea, though, why WWE have done that. I mean, I must admit, as I'm watching these, I'm thinking, if this was AEW, he would have been whisked onto the Talk is Jericho podcast, and he would have been like, you know, all of this stuff would have been monetized and put out there. Here, WWE are just like, go and like, you know, share the information for free to the world. Like, why is he not on the Broken Skull sessions? Why is there not an exclusive sit-down interview with Cody on Peacock? Like, I just don't get this. I don't get it. Like, I don't know, maybe if I'm overthinking it a little bit, but surely if after Raw finished tonight, there was an exclusive sit-down, no-holds-barred interview with Cody Rhodes, and this would be, you know, Cody's going to do a promo, but he's only going to get like 5-10 minutes on Raw for the full hour-long sit-down, no-holds-barred Cody interview. You have to tune into Peacock after Raw. I mean, that just seems like easy, low-hanging fruit to me. That seems like the kind of thing that a great business mind like Vince would do. I don't really understand why all of this incredible information I mean, it's not as if he's like, I can't talk about that. You know, he's just coming out with like talking about AEW and just like going through like so much information, talking about how Triple H came onto the bus and they shared a moment, and then breaking the throne. He's even said that throne that he broke is in his bar, and he said that Dusty was actually not struggling money wise. Not that wealthy around the 2005 when they did the Dusty Rhodes DVD, and he said he gets choked up when he says that he remembers his mom seeing the check and just falling to her knees in just appreciation for how much money they just received from WWE because of that DVD. So it's like he says, I will always be grateful. I will never be able to repay that. I will never be able to repay them doing that for me. And it was like, pro wrestling is, this is pro wrestling. Pro wrestling is entertainment, and, breaking of the throne and all that kind of, I don't regret doing that because that's what Triple H would have done. Like, this is, you think back to the Monday Night Wars and Triple H being on a tank, going over to WCW, like, it's all part of the game. And so he doesn't regret breaking the throne or saying the things that he said. But he said, more than that, bigger than all of that, he will always be that kid that saw his mom fall to her knees and, the family get, not saved, but massively helped by the royalty check that came through from WWE. I mean, all of this is it's just gold, isn't it? I mean, it's just incredible information. Incredible information. So why that wasn't done on like a little sit-down interview, I have no idea. No idea at all. I feel like it'd be the easiest thing to monetize in the world. I mean, I should have, it's my own fault. I should have hit up Vince and I should have said, look, I'll do it on this channel. I'll quite happily do an hour-long sit-down interview with Cody, and I'll ask him all the questions under the sun, and we'll get that out there. And I mean, I'll split it 50-50. 50. I can't say fairer than that. 50-50. I'll split any earnings from that interview. But this way, I don't think they're actually really making anything off. Well, maybe they've got some stuff they've put on their own YouTube channel, but yeah, it's just weird, isn't it? Weird. Mason said, I think Rhea deserves a long, dominant title run. She's very over at the moment. Maybe winning Money in the Bank. She needs to stop being put with a partner and being held down. Well, to be honest, I think it's a case that they didn't have a plan for her to be around the women's title. And then I just don't think they know from week to week what they're doing with the tag titles anyway. The women's tag titles just don't really mean anything. I don't know that long-term women's tag planning even exists. If you knocked on the door at WWE Creative and said, just wanted to check, in a month's time, do we know who's going to be the women's tag title champions? I'd imagine they're like, John, have we got a plan for the women's tag belts? Yeah, we do have them. Yeah, we've got them. Hang on. No, we don't. Not at the moment. Like, I'd imagine that would be the reaction. So, her being in that is literally just a way of getting her on WrestleMania. I mean, that is it. So now that WrestleMania's done, she might, spread her wings, become a viable option again, and might actually get put in and around the title picture. But yeah, I agree. I agree. She deserves to be. She's a great talent, but she's also very young, and she's got plenty of time. So, Cameron said, "I think you would suit what Party Boy was wearing." I mean, I'm sure you are not going to be surprised to hear that I studied what he was wearing in depth, and honestly, one of the first things I did when WrestleMania was over was try and get an image. Desperately wanted an image, mainly for like a screensaver. I just think it's something that, and here it is, guys. Here it is. I wasn't lying. That was one of the very first things I did. I didn't want to go to bed until, I mean, honestly, we might even do the whole show like this. Might just leave that there, and I might just talk over it. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the first things that I did. And really, if you study the derriere area, you can see that these little pants, briefs, whatever you want to call them, they're actually, they're made to look like jeans. Can you see that they're made to look like jeans? And it's got like a denim look, and then it's got like a couple of little belt hooks that have been painted on. And then you've even got the little logo of what the make is that's been painted on as well. So it's been made to look like it's jeans that have been like cut, like super, super short. Like these aren't Daisy Dukes. I don't know what you would call these, but there we go. You changed the thumbnail. I did. The derriere area. Yes, the derriere area. The bit at the bottom. Just the upper thigh. The upper thigh area. That's the bit that I just was referring to. So, yeah, as we said, quite a moment. And I mean, look, Sami Zayn right there. I think there's a lot of humor there where Party Boy has danced forward and backed Sami Zayn into the corner, and I can vibe with that. I can vibe with this bit. I can understand Sami Zayn not quite knowing what to do in this situation. I think if we all put ourselves in Sami Zayn's position there, that is horrifying. That is horrifying. So, yeah, it was fun. I mean, the Johnny Knoxville match is not a match I was looking forward to because I'm not into celebrity matches. But I did say earlier on the football stream as well, the one thing I will say about that match is it had some moments to it, like where he doesn't throw him in the ring, he throws out the ring. And it has like that humor bit there, which I can understand Sammy being a bit like not sure what to do as Party Boy is like dancing his way towards him. But like, I think what it did do is it provided a match that I've never seen before, a very unique match, a match that, I've never seen anything like that at WrestleMania before. The uniqueness of it and seeing something that I've never seen before made me kind of appreciate that match. I mean, I could have gone like 0 stars. It's not a match. It's, it's a segment. I did say actually afterwards, it feels like Sammy should get up and they should all bow together because it felt at times more of a performance than it was a match. But I think that it definitely provided a unique segment / match. And I think night 2 would have been worse without it. Because it did definitely give a lot of interesting moments. Let's put it that way. I mean, I love the bit where Sammy's on outside the ring and Sammy runs around the ring and that giant hand spins around and smacks him in the face. Because, again, that's something I can see happening. I can see that happening. Sammy's on the outside and I can't remember what he's running from, but he's running from something. And as he runs round, I mean, there's no reason to think that hand's about to spin round and smack into him. Like, it's like there was little booby traps that had been set up all around the ring, and he kind of kept falling into them. Like, there was the hand, obviously he got chucked onto the table that had the mouse traps as well, so there was like a few little bits that had been like set up. So yeah, it had its moments. Definitely had its moments. Austin said that match entertained me the most. Dork Knight said, it's amazing how many French words we use. Always makes a sentence more suave. Channel Name said, Days, not wrestling, but do you mind if a celebrity just shows and is in someone's corner? No. There's when it comes to celebrities in wrestling, like, I'm all for it. I think that if you have them singing, because I want WWE to be a big success and to reach as many people as possible. I mean, I want it to be the biggest, most stupendous show. So I want celebrities to be involved because it's an easy way of getting their fan bases to tune in. Bad Bunny being involved last year made perfect sense. if he is the most streamed artist in the world, it makes perfect sense that you would want him on this show. He is arguably the biggest musician in the world. If he was the most streamed artist in 2020 or whatever, then there's an argument he's the biggest musician in the world, most popular musician, and that is the person you want. But I'm a big believer that you always play to people's strengths. You know, one of my problems with Tyson Fury was Tyson Fury got into the ring and was trying to do clotheslines, drop kick. That's not Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury's a boxer. So Tyson Fury should be throwing hands. Like, surely the appeal of watching Tyson Fury is that he might knock someone out with, you know, he's striking because he's a boxer and that's what he does for a living. So him getting in and trying to wrestle and do clotheslines and trying to do drop kicks and everything. I mean, first of all, it just didn't come across very well. But second of all, like, it just wasn't, it's just not what you tune in to watch Tyson Fury doing. So I'm a big believer that you play to your strengths. So Bad Bunny should be singing. You know, he should be doing, like, so I don't even care if after every couple of matches we went to the entrance stage and we had a Bad Bunny song, right? I mean, look, if that's something that's going, it's not my taste, but if it's going to bring in fans and that's what people want to see, then yeah, do that. But when they step into a ring, I mean, that goes too far for me. That's not, but having someone in someone's corner is great. I remember, was it WrestleMania like 2 where Ozzy Osbourne was in the British Bulldog's corner? And that's great. That's great. Ozzy Osbourne wasn't in the ring, but he was in the corner of the Bulldogs and he was lending them the support. I remember when British Bulldog came out at SummerSlam 92, Lennox Lewis is waving the flag as the British Bulldog's making his way to the ring. That is great. That's brilliant. I'm totally into that. Think about Mike Tyson at WrestleMania 14. He's not in the match fighting someone. He's in a corner. He's at ringside. Like, that's brilliant. That's I mean, well, that kickstarts the Attitude Era, really. Tyson being there, and you know, it's brilliant. And you know, I wouldn't change that. I don't watch that Tyson segment and think, damn, I wish he was wrestling. I don't think that. I mean, I didn't see Ozzy Osbourne at WrestleMania 2 and think, damn, I wish he was having a match. It's just like, yeah, their involvement it does help elevate WrestleMania, and I hope it continues that we have celebrities there. I just don't want them in the ring. Wrestler with Andy said, the Sammy match reminded me of Home Alone. Yeah, I've seen that mentioned quite a bit, like where traps are set and whatnot. I think they did a brilliant job. I think they gave you a Jackass WWE crossover, right? What would happen if you had like a Jackass WWE? Well, we saw and we found out, and some of it worked, some of it didn't, but some of it worked. The trap at the end, I'm not a fan of because it didn't really work. It was botched, and Sami Zayn just has to lie there and just wait for it to, you know, work. And, you know, fair play to Johnny Knoxville. He did get it to work in the end, but it doesn't look like it hurts. It doesn't look like it's pinning him down at all. Like, Sammy's having to do that fake, oh my God, I can't lift it up, even though, like, do you know what I mean? And it looks like it could move as well. So it's like, I don't know, those bits are bits that I could do without. But as I said, there's bits in there that I think are very credible, and there's bits in there that I think are very good as well. So, yeah. I'm not someone that wants to see it every year. I've seen a few people saying that, like they enjoyed it, they want to see another one next year. I've experienced it now. So, where are we with the time? Wow, we've got about 45 minutes or so to go. James said, what are your thoughts on Veer coming out tonight? What do you think he's got in store? What's thoughts on Veer? I think that Veer is... I think Veer hopefully is going to be presented as a big star. I hope that Veer has got a bright future because I think he's got a great look. I really liked Indus. Like, I really did like that team. I thought they looked great. And I don't know if that was Veer and Sanga. I think it might have been. Veer and Sanga. Sanga looks good down in NXT as well. He looks great. He looked great at Stand and Deliver. So Sanga is a big Indian guy as well, and he has like like a great looking suit on, and obviously like a big thick beard, and he looks brilliant. And I think he could be like, him in a suit looks great. Like I said, I can really picture him because he's a big guy. I can really picture him. He looks great in a suit, looks classy. Little bit of like Nick Aldis in NWA. You know how Nick Aldis is like looks great in a suit and carries himself like, you know, Ric Flair, kind of like, you know, the real world champion. I do like that, actually. Cody's been wearing some suits, a lot of suits. He's not been in a t-shirt or anything. He's been wearing like really sharp suits. And I think Cody might do the same, actually. Cody could come out tonight in a suit. I like it when wrestlers, when they're not wrestling, wear suits. I think it looks classy. They kind of carry themselves, like, you know, it's a sign of success, a sign of wealth, a sign of, you know, taking pride in who you are. And Sanga down in NXT looks amazing in a suit. Cody looks great in a suit as well. And yeah, I think Veer, I don't know if Veer will wear a suit if he's not wrestling. I hope he does. Because I think it would be like a good look. I've seen pictures of him in a suit on social media, and he looks great. And honestly, you look at them, and they look like $1 million, and you can just picture them like coming to the ring in a suit with a title belt over their shoulder, and or, like, it just looks like it would work. So I'm not going to get too carried away about Veer, but I do like the look of Sanga down in NXT. Veer in ring has looked a bit limited, but I like his aggression. You know, we'll see. We'll see how they present him. We'll see what his feud's going to be. I want to hear from him as well. I want to hear his promos, and yeah, there's a lot of mystery actually still around him, considering we have seen him before. There's still a good chunk of mystery there. So it's hard to say what's next, because I really don't know how they're going to pitch him. I don't know if he's going to be a mid-carder. I don't know if they see like something massive in him. I mean, the way that he's been built up, it feels like he's going to go to the top. The way that it's taken so long to like build, but have they only done that because it became a bit of a meme and so they just milked it? Like, was the plan that they were actually going to debut him earlier, but because social media was so into the, oh my God, he's still coming soon type thing, that it just took a life on of its own? It's like how they never planned the Undertaker's streak, but someone was like, you know, the Undertaker's never lost. He's actually like 12-0. And then that just took a life, that and just, you know, organically took a life on it. So I wonder if the Veer coming soon thing is similar. I really don't know. And so without that knowledge, it's hard to know where they're going to pitch him. It's hard to know, like, you know, is he like Elias? Is he going to be like Elias? Is he going to be like Emelina? Is he just a joke that's going to, you know, settle as a jobber? Or do they see him as a mid-carder? Or does Vince love him and wants to, you know, take him to the mid? I really can't, on that scale, figure out where he is. I would probably say it's more unlikely that he's a, you know, top talent. I'd say it's unlikely. I feel like it's more likely he's going to be a mid-carder or a jobber. So I would imagine coming in as a brand new star, he'll go into the mid-card. So he could go into a feud with the likes of Finn Balor. Eventually, I could see Veer against Finn Balor for the mid-card belt. That's definitely something I can see in the future. I don't know that we'll get there straight away. I don't know that it's happening tonight. It could do, though. It's Raw after WrestleMania. What if Veer wins the flipping US title tonight? What if Veer comes out and demands that he gets a challenge? Finn Balor comes out, we get a US title match, and Veer wins the US championship tonight. I mean, they've built him up as this big deal. It could go that way. I haven't heard what the plans are for him. I don't know that those reports are out there, but I can absolutely see him against Finn Balor for the mid-card title. Absolutely. Dysfunction said, Fightful are reporting that Ciampa and Rhea have been pitched names to potentially join Edge's new stable. What are your thoughts? Rhea fits perfect. I think it's heavy metal. It's a bit House of Black, isn't it? It is like WWE's House of Black. Damian Priest, Edge, Rhea Ripley is a great addition. Tommaso doesn't fit as well, but not too bad. Not too bad. I wouldn't say it fits as well, but Rhea, yes. Rhea, definitely. Damian Priest, Edge. Yeah, I could probably pass on Tommaso being in it, but if he is, well, look, I'm sure he'll make it work. Do you think Veer should have won the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal? I mean, like, timing-wise, he was coming on to Raw. I mean, could you have done it tonight, the Andre Battle Royal, and then had Veer win it? Sure, you could have done that. You didn't need to do it on SmackDown. Where's the Women's WrestleMania Battle Royal as well? Like, what, has that just gone? Do we not do that anymore? I don't know what's happened to that. I would have liked to have seen that, to have been honest. I would have liked to have seen them do the women's one. I think there's enough women that could have been in it. So I would like to have seen them do it. But, yeah, it looks like we're not getting that unless they do just drop it last minute on the show tonight. So, yeah, I wouldn't have minded Veer winning that. I don't think he needed to. But would have given him something to do. You could have gone that way. Mason, hello. Mason, you don't need to keep doing this, buds. I will try and read out comments if I can, without super chats. When Alexa returns, do you think she returns to her old gimmick and drops the funhouse look? So, my feeling on that was, and my feeling is still the same actually, I think that those psychiatrist segments were designed to move her away from that old gimmick, right? I just don't see why you would do them otherwise. Why would you do those segments and then keep her exactly the same? Like, it doesn't make sense. What I think happened, and of course I can be wrong, but what I think happened was they realized that they wanted to use her for Saudi Arabia. So having her like in a new gimmick going to Saudi didn't really make sense. They wanted her to still be Playhouse, Playground, whatever, Lily, all that kind of stuff. They wanted her still to be that for when she went to Saudi Arabia. So just for Saudi Arabia alone, like maybe the royal family, the crown prince or whatever, requested that like Alexa was there. Perhaps she's a favorite of one of the kids or something. I have no idea. But I have a feeling that it was going one way, and then the very final episode of those psychiatrist things, it for no reason drastically swerves and goes a different direction. She's making progress. She's like, he rips up the Lily thing, and she's like, takes a deep breath, and she's all right, and she seems to be a lot more grounded, and everything's fine. And then in the very final episode, he's like, listen, I've thought about it. Have this replica one. Have this replica Lily doll. I think even though you have made progress, have this. I've decided that it's probably just best if you have this replica one instead. And it's like, it feels really dirty because it's like they're kind of having a walk around now with the doll that you can buy on WWE Shop. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just feels like it's designed to get kids to buy that doll. No, I really don't like it. I just don't. It's not been done for the right reasons. It's been done for like Saudi Arabia. It's been done to sell more Lily dolls. It's been done for that reason. It's not been done because the story needed it to go that way. Because it felt like the story was going this way. And then, Saudi Arabia and maybe the Lily doll sales have meant that we've gone like over here then, and we've gone a different direction. So my feeling is now that WrestleMania's out the way and Saudi Arabia's out the way and we've got time to breathe and we can do something, depending on what's happening with Lily sales, because that seems to be dictating things, depending on what's happening with that, I would think that they would evolve her character and go in a different direction. There's a chance that we see her tonight as Playground Lily or whatever it is, Playground Alexa. There's a chance that we do see her as in that way, but I think as the time goes by and the weeks go by, I really would imagine that we will evolve the character and we will get somewhere, because I think that's what those psychiatrist things were meant to do anyway, but it's just we had to, have a little swerve at the end. So I'm thinking that, yes, eventually when she's back, she could come back as, she was. and then we, over the few weeks start to move away from it. So that's where I'm at, and that's why I'm thinking it. So, Mason, shout out to you. Mitchell, hello. Hope you're well, bud. Since Veer has been spending most of his time at IKEA, and this is true, what do you think the chances are his first match is going to be a race to build a bed against Elias? That does sound very Raw. I don't think they will do that on tonight's Raw, but God, don't give them ideas, Mitchell. I can see that happening on a Miz TV, where there's a race against Elias to build a bed. Like, that's, give it a couple of months, I can absolutely see that happening. But yeah, there has been pictures of him in IKEA, and I think these might be the pictures I was talking about of him in the suit, and it really suits him. I like to pardon the pun. He looks great in a suit. So yeah, I don't know that there'll be a race to build a bed. I don't know what we're gonna do with him, but I'm hoping he gets booked very, very well, because I am, like you, I'm sure, very excited to see him and see how they pitch him and see what his promos are like and see how big of a deal they treat him. And then, at some point there's a chance Vince will get bored and the push might end then. So I've got to feel, I think long term probably looks like mid-card, low-card. How long until he's chasing a 24/7 championship, I really don't know. But we'll see, we'll see. We'll see if he gets given the ball and if he can run with it. Where is Elias? Well, apparently he was meant to have a new gimmick, and it was going to be a colourful gimmick, and it was going to move away from the guitar and all of that stuff. But when they looked at it, he looked too much like the Macho Man, which I can actually see because he does look a bit like the Macho Man. So apparently they tried to move. They looked at it and they're like, we can't do this. So they now don't have anything for him. I think, in all fairness to WWE, anything that's happened over the past few months has had to be put on standby. Like, Alexa's had to be put on standby. Elias has had to be put on standby. Veer's arrival has had to be put on standby, because if you're WWE, you know your WrestleMania card, you know your TV time, and you are putting all your energy into building up WrestleMania. You are putting all your energy into building the feuds that are going to pay off at Mania. So anything else just gets put on standby, doesn't it? Anything else is like, if it's not happening at Mania, I'm not interested. So it just gets moved out of the way. So, yeah, I think now that we're done with that, then we could start seeing some, new directions. Mason said, I like to support you. You're my favourite. That's very kind, dude. I appreciate that. It's been a heavy weekend. I worked out, that I think we've done, like, over 2 days, like, over 20 hours of streams, which is pretty insane. But, I mean, like, it's been really enjoyable. And I'm really pleased that my voice has held up, because I really thought that would have gone by now. So we're doing all right here. We've got to get through Raw. We've got to get through the next 3.5 hours without my voice going, oh, my God. It's The Rock. But we're doing all right. And I would like a voice for next weekend, because it is UFC and a big UFC night. I would like a voice for tomorrow, because it is the Champions League. We just stream all the flipping time, don't we? It's just the non-stop shop. But Mason, I appreciate that. But as I said, it's good having a little chat. It's Vamps24 said, if Roman does not drop the title, who do you think will dethrone him? I told my parents earlier, what if Roman is underestimating Cody and then Cody dethrones him? Well, I would like Cody to be the one if I could choose someone. I think Cody, I think they need to put some obstacles in his way. I don't want to see him like go for the belt and win it first time. I always think that if you put obstacles in people's way and you put swerves and make it hard, and I think what I would like to see was, and maybe this will sound like, I don't know, a bit morbid or something. I would like to see Cody dejected. I want to see him like, really like questioning, like, I've come back. I want to see him like, I came back to fulfill a dream that I had, and I just can't do it. I just don't think I can do it. I couldn't do it the first time, and I really thought, like, my own name, my own music, I really thought I could do it. And I want to see that emotion. I want to see him, like, I want to see that doubt. I want to see the swerve, because when he finally gets the belt, it's going to feel so big. And I really like what he's saying in, like, the promos that he's doing at the moment, where he's talking about how he's no Rhodes family member has ever held the WWE Championship, which is true, or the Universal, but that's only been around since 2016. So no Rhodes family member has ever held, or the World Heavyweight in WWE. Obviously, that's got its lineage kind of going back, and Dusty and everything. But I think I really like what he's saying. I really like what he's saying, and how he's here to finish that job and get that job done, and to get his hands on the big one. I think even Dustin tweeted out, "Go get the big one, brother." I mean, that's clearly what he wants. That's what he's here for. But to give him a match and just give it him, I think would be a mistake, because I think you can make a massive. I think you could have the modern boyhood dreams come true, because that's what it is. I mean, he got into this industry. He started wrestling with WWE apparently when he was 20. I mean, he's 36 now, so it's been 16 years since he first joined WWE that he's been trying to, and he didn't even win the big one. I don't think he didn't win the IWGP heavyweight title, and he didn't win the AEW heavyweight title. But he has won the NWA one, so he has been NWA champion. I know he beat Nick Aldis for that, so he has done that. But yeah, I mean, look, winning the WWE would be like to me, it's the biggest one in the world, the WWE Championship. You go back through Stone Cold and Rock and Hogan and Bruno Sammartino and all of that, that is the belt. The WWE Championship to me will always be the belt, the biggest title, and to see him like finally get his hands on that will be something really special. So yeah, I would like Cody to be the one to dethrone Roman, but we keep saying like Roman's injury might mean that he's not. But if we're gonna go that like a different way, like as long as Cody gets it somehow, I just want those barriers put in his way. I just want that self-doubt. I just want that. I want that story. Do you know what I mean? I want, I suppose, in a way, a little bit like the Daniel Bryan story from WrestleMania 30, where he kept getting told he's a B+ player, he's not good enough, and he kept like going for it and falling short, and he kept getting screwed out of it, and Triple H would screw him out of it, or something would always happen, and finally we got to the point where the fans demanded it, and he got added to the card, and he finally does it. I mean, that's just one of the great WrestleMania moments ever. That's amazing at WrestleMania 30, isn't it? It's brilliant. So I want something like that for Cody. I want something like that for us. I think we deserve that kind of a story as well, rather than it just being, he wins it first time. Daniel said the money is in the title chase. The build makes the reign. The more you have to go through, the better. I could not agree more. Completely agree. Completely agree. The chase is always where it's at. I mean, when I remember when Daniel got the title, it was very much like he's done it. It's amazing. It's like, right, what do we do now? And he kind of had a bit of a feud with Kane, and it was all right. It was all right, but I remember it feeling not the same as when he was chasing it. And there'll be a few people saying that like Hangman's title reign right now just doesn't quite feel the same as when he was chasing it. So it's a different problem that you'll have once you actually get it. A different problem, and that is maintaining that kind of momentum you had when you was chasing. What time do you think Veer will come out tonight? I honestly don't know. I have not seen a schedule, so it's hard to say if it's going to be first, second, or like third hour or what. Abby said, there's reports Becky won't be around for a while. Do you think it's true? I could believe that. I think she's got a young kid, 6 months old. I think that build into WrestleMania. I mean, she's worked a lot between SummerSlam and WrestleMania. I think she's been really committed. I think she's done what she needed to do, which was, be part of the build, take on a few people. She's had matches with Liv Morgan, tried to elevate her as a result. She had a match with Doudrop, I think it was, at Rumble, which didn't really work out that well. I mean, I don't feel she's elevated Doudrop that much, but she's tried to face a few different people. I think she faced, like, Bianca, she faced Liv, she faced Doudrop, and now she's got to WrestleMania, and she's facing Liv again. And she's dropped the belt in, honestly, one of the best women WrestleMania, maybe the best women's WrestleMania match ever. I mean, I don't really feel bad about saying that. I think it could be the best women's WrestleMania match ever. There's not loads of competition when it comes to that, in all fairness, because obviously women's matches in WrestleMania have always been very short of time, and the women weren't booked that great. So, you're probably comparing it to, like, the triple threat between Charlotte, Becky, and Sasha from WrestleMania 32. You're definitely comparing it to Sasha and Bianca from WrestleMania 37. You'd be comparing it to the main event of 35, but you'd be comparing it to Charlotte Asuka, which was a great match as well. But I'm a massive Asuka fan, and I'll admit that I think that Becky Bianca takes it. So she's done a job, man. She's done a job, and I think now she can step away for it just a bit. I mean, she ain't going to be gone for years. I mean, but she could have a few months where, she's with her child. These are really important times for, being with your kid. And I would imagine, like, taking your child all over the country as you're touring around is not ideal. Not ideal at all. I mean, the kid's with Seth and Becky. I mean, she's got both her parents, when they've got to do their segment or whatever, then the other one looks after it. I mean, it's not a problem in that sense, but it's not ideal to be going all around the country and living that way. So I can't say I've heard it. I don't know that it's going to go that way, but I, for that reason, wouldn't be surprised if she did step away for a while. Mitchell said, I was really mad at how they did AJ in the match. He should have won, and then Priest and Edge beat him down. Now AJ has got no direction. Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have minded if they'd have gone that way and actually done it afterwards. I think one of the things was I didn't really understand how AJ, like, looks and sees Damian Priest, but he then just carries on with the match. But he gets caught, so he lost clean. I think that bugged me a bit. I'm like, not only did he lose, but he lost clean. Like, I understand there's going to be an argument that Damian Priest was out there and he was a distraction, but he wasn't. I mean, the distraction was he looked at him, Damian Priest didn't do anything, and then he just carried on with the match and carried on with what he was doing. I mean, you can argue that in that moment where he looks at him, that gave Edge a few seconds to recover, but I mean, he didn't have to jump and go for, like, a phenomenal forearm. He could have read the situation and gone, oh, actually, he's probably had a bit too long to recover. I'll get back in the ring and work on him a bit more. I don't know. I mean, it was clean. It was clean. There's no outside interference. If we're now going to say that a turn and a look is enough of a distraction to lose, I mean, no. It's that booking was strange. But that match was a bit strange because I don't mind slow starts. I really like them. I really like them because I think when you've got, like, fast-paced matches and it's action, spot, and all this kind of stuff, right? I get that's appealing and people enjoy that stuff. But when you, like, then slow it down, right? A lot of people at first like, oh, this is boring. Compared to what we've just had, this is boring. But as it builds and as the moves, like, have got room to breathe, simple things like a big superplex, all of a sudden mean a lot more. And the repercussions of that move, you can kind of feel a lot more, like they kind of, the impact of them and the consequence of them impacts the match, and you can see the story unfolding, and you can see, like, how the match is going and who's struggling and who's in command and what body parts have been injured, and it's got, like, all of that psychology and all of that great storytelling that makes a great match. It's only really possible by starting off slow and building and building and building. By the time you get into the end, the crowd have been on that journey with you and they're more invested. than than if a match is just move, like that's why I enjoy it. And so Edge and AJ was going that way. But when it was like really getting to the bit where it's like, right, it's time to go, it was just a little bit off, and it was a little bit botchy, and it was a little bit like, I don't know, it just felt like the chemistry wasn't quite right, or I don't know, like they'd been thrown off their timing a little bit, or whatever it was. There was some nice moments. I mean, I went back and I watched a bit. I didn't watch the whole match, but I watched segments of it because I was trying to get pictures for the review video. So I went back and watched like segments of it, and I mean, it flows quite nice, and there's nice moments. That's to be expected because you're talking about two of the best in-ring workers. But I can't have been alone of thinking this is a potential 5-star match. I mean, Edge, who's, had some great matches since he came back, and AJ Styles, I mean, now he's free. The shackles of Amos have gone. So, those two going up against each other, I mean, like, that was your potential Cody Seth Rollins match for night 2, and it just, not seeing many people saying it was their match of the night. Seems like the Raw tag match did very, very well. Seems like that's grabbed a lot of people's attention for night 2, but Edge AJ, I think it did all right. It's not a disaster. It's not like a 2-star or anything, but it just didn't get to the levels that I thought it was going to. And then, as you said, the finish was a bit strange, wasn't it, Mitchell? Do you think they'll give Gable Steveson a tag partner for his first run? It seems pretty set up for him to go up against Alpha Academy or at least Chad Gable. Maybe, yeah, because he's going to need to be protected because, to be honest, he's an amateur wrestler and not a professional wrestler. And it takes time to learn it. It takes time to learn. It takes a long time to learn it. I think as you're going around doing house shows and you're on the road, I think being with a tag partner absolutely makes a lot of sense. So, I would agree. I would agree that I could see him being put with someone. I don't know who that would be. I mean, back in the day, a Cesaro would have made a lot of sense. I think it'd be really cruel to put him with AJ Styles after AJ's just been saddled with a Moss. It needs to be like an experienced head, really. And it would make sense if it was someone that had an amateur wrestling background, because then you could say that they had that in common and they had that relationship. So it would make sense. It's a shame that Gable's not like free at the moment, because Gable would have been quite a good partner, actually. Gable's a great professional wrestler and he's got that amateur background. And that could have been a fun little team. And the other great thing as well is that Gable is quite small, which means that, he can go in and be the Owen Hart, and then he can tag in Gable Steveson, that would be the Yokozuna role, which is like the big guy. Oh, here comes the big man. You can't really say that if he's like teaming with someone, because he's not the tallest. You might have noticed when he was in the ring. Like size-wise, there's, quite a few people that are going to be bigger, taller than him. But that's why I'm saying it's a shame that he's not with Gable, because Gable would make him look, which is why it was really great booking, choosing Gable to be the person that did that little moment with him. It made perfect sense. Made perfect sense that Gable would feel like he is the real amateur wrestler here. Shoosh. And all of that saying to it, I really enjoyed that segment. I thought it was done. Well. I think he will be in a tag team. But I couldn't give you a partner. Shelton Benjamin. Oh, I like that. Yes, Richard. I like that. That's very good. Shelton Benjamin's a very good shout. Reggie BS04, shout out to you, said people I could see taking the title off Roman would be Amos, Cody, Ambrose, brackets eventually, Edge, Drew, Randy Orton, or Hornswoggle. Absolutely. I mean, look, on that, Amos, I really don't know what they see with Amos. I really can't, I don't know. I can't tell you what their plans are for Amos, because, I mean, that match was not a great match. It was clunky. There was, a nice little suplex that Bobby Lashley did, and, Amos is picking up Lashley, and it's interesting seeing the size difference between the two of them. I mean, Amos makes Bobby Lashley look tiny. It's like a parent and a child. But I mean, he lost, didn't he? He lost clean to like Bobby Lashley. I thought it was an interesting result there. I thought that was an interesting result because I really thought Amos was going to be there or thereabouts. I thought that he would win maybe by DQ. So when he lost, I was quite surprised, to be honest. That one caught me off guard, that result. So I don't know. I mean, like, his in-ring is obviously not that great. No one's buzzing about that match. I think universally everyone recognises that it was quite poor. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with the Moss. Cody absolutely could, be in that main event scene. I mean, he was talking about how generous the contract was that he's got. So they're spending the money. They're going to want a return on their investment. Ambrose, I can't see coming back to WWE. I think he'll come back to go in the Hall of Fame with the Shield. But I think he is loving doing his death matches. And I think, didn't James might have said to me earlier that he was on Josh Barnett's Bloodsport having a war and bleeding and all this. Like, he loves that. I just don't think he enjoys sports entertainment or the WWE style. I think he's having a much better time outside of WWE than when he was in it. So I'm not holding out hope. Edge with this new faction, I think this new faction could elevate him to the title. I would have no problem with this darker Edge being champion. I think he could get back to the belt. Drew, yeah, he's probably the biggest threat to Roman on SmackDown at the moment. Randy Orton. Orton's going to be out the picture because he's either going to be in a tag team or he will be in a feud with Riddle if he does go solo. I can't see him being with Riddle and going after the belt. He could, but I just don't see him doing it. So that might be a timing thing. And, well, Hornswoggle, yeah, I mean, we're all waiting for that. We're just waiting. Any day, that should happen. Retro Squared Circle said, I met James Storm on Sunday in Telford, and he is actually a small guy. Oh, was it Comic-Con, was it, in Telford? Damn. I mean, that is like 20 minutes down the road for me. So, I didn't realise that was on Sunday. I probably wouldn't have gone, to be honest, but I think Sammy Guevara was there or someone. I think there was a couple of AEW stars that were there. I remember looking before and Britt Baker went. And I was like, oh, damn, I probably would have gone to have met Britt Baker. But, I can't say I would have missed WrestleMania for it. Mox's Bloodsport match was awesome, says Tyler. Yo said, will Roman relinquish his title tonight or will he introduce a new unified championship? So there's not believed to be a new unified championship. Apparently it's going to be two belts. It's going to be stay the two belts and eventually they will go their separate ways again. So this unification is just two belts going on to one person. It's not that the two belts become one belt. We don't know if he's going to forfeit them tonight because we don't know how serious the injury is. I mean, it looks serious, but I don't know what Vince is going to do. I mean, Vince might try a bit of smoke and mirrors and see if he can just get through. I don't know. I don't know how you're going to get through if he's going to be out for a few months. I mean, he could be out for months following last night's match. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. We'll be finding out together on that one. Kenneth says, shout out to you. Kenneth, thank you. Says, thoughts on Roman as champion? Yeah, I mean, I like it. I know from the chat there's a lot of people that are tired of it. And there's a lot of people that are like, I really wanted Brock to win because I'm getting tired of, 500-odd day title reign. I've made my view on that quite clear that for me, I think 1,000 days is really special, something that I never thought I would see. I think people always like to feel that they're watching something historic, and what Roman is doing right now is absolutely that. This is one of the most historic title reigns in WWE history. I mean, there's a lot of love for CM Punk's 400 and whatever day title reign. Well, Roman's at 560. So Roman is killing it right now, and every day, every week that goes by, it adds to that, and, that number's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. The goal is to make Roman more engaging, though. There's only so many times you can come out and say, acknowledge me, and, like, not really have too much more to say than that. Like, they do need to freshen it up a little bit. I don't know if by adding Naomi, I mean, you can't really at the moment because Naomi's in a team with Sasha, so I can't see her going to the Bloodline. But maybe if you put Naomi in, that would be intriguing, and that, could open up some doors to some new stories and certainly bring a new dynamic to things. So I don't know. I don't know how you do it. I don't know what you do to freshen up Roman, but probably could do with just a little something right now. Just a little something. We don't need to, like, completely change everything. We don't need to really change that much, but we just need something different, something engaging, something that's gonna, kind of just refresh him a little bit. Just to help get him through the summer. Once we start getting towards, I mean, to be honest, once you get to the end of the year, once you get into, like, Survivor Series time, I sort of feel like you're borderline in WrestleMania season, because day one kind of is the start now of WrestleMania season. That's, we saw a lot of stuff happening at day one that set things up. I mean, wasn't that where Brock won the belt, won the championship at day one? So, pieces were definitely put in place at day one to, like, move us towards WrestleMania. They always say Royal Rumble is the one that officially starts it. And, I think by the fans, that is the one that starts it. But day one now is this new pay-per-view, isn't it? That I think probably is now starting to, or will start to be seen as the official start of WrestleMania season. And I think once you get to Survivor Series, you're pretty much there anyway. So you've kind of got to get through the summer, have a killer SummerSlam match, and then before you know it, you'll be at Survivor Series. That'll be champion versus champion, and then you're at day one and you're building towards hopefully a Rock match. So yeah, I like him as champion, but he does need freshening up. I've seen enough comments that people are disappointed that Brock didn't win to know that, the opinion of people is changing. Yes, Sammy, Ty, Red Dragon were on. Kenny, Britt, and Brett were last year. I remember you fuming when you saw the pictures. Yes. So it was Sammy, Ty, and Red Dragon. That's pretty cool, though. That's pretty cool. I'm all right not meeting Sammy. I have no interest in meeting Ty, and Red Dragon would have been cool, but yeah, I can't really miss WrestleMania for that one. Erase Your Mind said Rhodes is kicking off Raw. Rhodes is kicking off Raw. I know I've just thought I should have that text, really, shouldn't I, about because there is that code for Euroshop, which I don't have on screen. I don't have to have it, but it is coming to a close. Save 10% off at WWE Euroshop when by using code DAYSWM. Yeah, this, I've said it before, this doesn't work at WWE Shop. I wish it did, but it doesn't work at WWE Shop. It only works at Euroshop. It's 10% off. I've had loads of people getting in touch saying they've used it. Again, I do not benefit from you using this, right? So I know it feels dirty and very YouTubery, but I am literally only putting this here so that if you are going to go on Euroshop, save some money. And it has been really cool, actually, to see, like, people getting in touch going, thanks, I really appreciate it. I just picked this up and this up. There's quite a few people getting the new Cody shirts. I've had a lot of people saying they've used the new code to get a Cody shirt, which I think is really cool, because I must admit I've got an eye on a Cody shirt as well. I really like the, the one that's got, like, the skull and then Pharaoh, the dog, and it says, like, American Nightmare. Like, I think that looks really nice, that one. So I might look to... Well, they all look nice, in all fairness. But yeah, that one in particular, I'm thinking of getting myself. So I might have to use the code. Might use my own code to save 10% at Euroshop. Connor said, who do you want to see Roman take on as his next challenger? Well, I mean, I'm not really crazy about it being Drew, but I do think Drew's got a great look. I mean, there's no denying that Drew looks fantastic. The sword thing is, it's not for me. It's not for me. I think that he would be next, though, because he is... We've got to be done with him and Corbin now, I would think. I would think we're done with him and Corbin. I mean, Corbin, and Madcap's been going on for a while. I mean, they beat him. Didn't they beat him up at day one? Again, just going back to, like, things that started at day one. I think it was day one where that feud began. So, yeah, I think I'm done with that, and I think he would be next. But we need to find out if Roman's going to be able to even compete, or if he's going to have to forfeit, because he's injured. I mean, he did get injured during the match last night. The match ended early. Roman couldn't continue with the match, so they wrapped it up earlier than planned, which is why the main event seemed a bit more like maybe flat and below expectation compared to what people were expecting. What pay-per-view is next? It's WrestleMania Backlash. I would like to see Drew have a title reign in front of a crowd, said Reggie. That would be interesting. You missed my super chat. Okay. Sorry, I didn't. I might have been doing that thing. Let me see if I can get to it. We've got, about 4 minutes? Got about 4 minutes. Let's go. Go. Oh, there it is. What will happen to Cody Rhodes' AEW figures? Nothing. What do you mean? AEW figures, I mean, obviously those in the shops will just be sold through. Any that were planned, it would depend where they are in the process. So, you know, if they're just prototypes and they haven't got to the point where they've started manufacturing them, then they could be shelved, they could be canned, they could be done. So, yeah, if there's ones that you like the look of that have been shown that are coming out, it really, really depends, because they don't tend to like show like actual figures unless they've got quite far in the process. So a lot of stuff they'll show are like computer generated images. By the time you get to the point where they're showing the actual figure, unless it's a prototype, like I remember Mattel showing a gobbledygooker figure, and they were like, we've made this because we want to see if people would be interested in it. And also it might come at a higher price because it takes a lot of tooling, a lot of work. So they had one made to like get people's thoughts. But normally, most figures, if they've got to the point where they have them made, then that means that the tooling is all done and the mold is done and everything's done for what they need. So that would feel like it's quite far in the process, and manufacturing's probably already begun. So I couldn't speak on a figure-by-figure basis, but if it's a computer-generated image, I would say there's a good chance you don't get it. If the figure's actually been shown, I would say there's a chance the tooling has already been done, and manufacturing might already be in the process. So there's probably a better chance of getting those ones. What are the thoughts on WWE changing Cody back to Stardust? He's said there's only one thing he's requested, and that he doesn't want anything to do with Stardust. So, and they shook hands on that. So he said that was enough for me. So yeah, they're aware, nothing to do with Stardust. But in all fairness, Vince apparently turned around to Cody and said, if it's not broke, then why fix it? You know, he said what we're buying is what you are now. So I don't think WWE have got an interest to bring back Stardust. Certainly Cody doesn't. So no, if you are dreaming of seeing Stardust, then I think it's gonna have to remain a dream. Right, people saying that Cody is going to start up the show, so let's get this changed over. We are live. We are going over to Raw. It is time for Monday Night Raw. It is. It is. Very exciting, isn't it? Very exciting. This is a big one. What shocks and surprises are we going to get? Who is going to come out and make their presence felt? Like, what is next for Cody? Cody's new name should be Gold Star. Don't give them ideas. Right, Cody Rhodes promo apparently opening the show this past weekend. There'll be a lot of video packages. Just be warned about that. There'll be a lot of video packages where we see a lot of WrestleMania. Love seeing Mark Henry and Mae Young's offspring make an appearance in the Jackass match. I can't remember. He commented on it as well. He did put a little tweet out about it. Evil Stardust would work, says channel name. Steve said, do you think the Roman injury is deliberate swerve? No. No, because you can see the picture of his arm out here. I mean, like, the moment that he did it by going into the barricade. Right, hopefully. Might have to reset. I've actually jumped onto a different router, yeah. I jumped onto a different router. This router is lagging as well. I don't know, man. We're just getting smashed with everything here. Right, Cody making his way out. Hopefully this can hold. Okay, so there's a big cheer for Cody. Yeah, hopefully that holds. Okay, so Cody making his way down. People are taking like lots of photos and all this kind of stuff, but I'm not seeing people going like crazy. It's a nice cheer for him. It's kind of nice, but I wanted a bigger reaction. There's the pyro. I think that's delayed. I think it's felt like it didn't go off at the right time. Seems like WWE are having a few technical problems. Same here. I sympathize. Those LED screens around the barricade area in the corners, they're still there as well for Raw. So that looks like it might be like a permanent feature. That might be something that is going to be a regular thing. Cody in the ring, starting off Raw. It looks good. I still can't believe Cody is back, and I wanted to know that Vince thought when Cody wanted to have a match. You want to know what Vince thought? Well, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a really interesting segment. Let's see what he's got to say. I thought we were starting with Roman. No, I didn't know what we were starting with. But it's Cody. I mean, look, this is a great way. It's a great way to start the show, isn't it? There we go. Cody chants. Here we go. Cody chants. Cheers for Cody as well. Big segment. Big segment. Cody looks odd without Brandy and Arn. Welcome back. This is better. This is better. This is what I wanted when he was... He's loving it. Look, he's milking it. I think this might have had a little more impact. Just a little more impact. If he hadn't have done, like, so many interviews since Saturday. And there we go. Look, he's like cheers out to the crowd, and the crowd get fired up. No, he goes to talk, and I think he's really enjoying this. I think it means a lot to him. So, what do you want to talk about? It's been 47 days since the news came out I was a free agent. Theories, stories. Everyone thinks the decision to return to WWE was difficult. It was not. The star that left them in the dust. The star that left them in the dust. You deserve it. It's really engaging. It's crazy that he was Stardust, like, you know, and here he is back with this massive contract. You deserve it. It's really gripping segment. The man often finds his destiny on the path he takes to avoid it. So if you'll humor me, let's all take a look at the Tron, if you will. Okay, what's happening on the Tron? Oh, Dusty, Madison Square Garden, 1977. Dusty, Dusty, Dusty. Right there is my father, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. It's so simple to say, that's my father, but in reality, yeah, he's a legend. Yeah, he's the son of a plumber, he's a common man, he's all those things to me. To me. He was my hero. He was my hero. Damn, this is honestly... This is like, you just don't see this on WWE. You know, it's like, look at this emotion. Like, this is all real, and it's not scripted, and it's all Cody talking from the heart, and it's like... I should imagine there's a load of kids holding Lily dolls going, I don't like this man. Who's this man? Where's Lily? This is for the wrestling fans. Triple H gets a mention. This photo. This very photo. Was on the mantle in my parents' bedroom. I asked him, I didn't know you was a champion like Hulk Hogan. I've never heard this story.
Very stern and very patiently, he explained to me the champion's advantage. He said that he had won the match, but because it was by countout, he did not take home the championship belt.
He won the match, but he didn't take home the belt.
So I'm 8 years old. What's a boy to do? Right then and there, at 8 years old, I knew not what I wanted to do, what I needed to do. I was going to win this championship belt right here.
God, so good, innit? So good. He said at 8 years old, after hearing my dad say that he had never been able to take that belt back, even though he won the match, I knew that I was going to win this title.
And there are many here tonight who have followed my journey, but for those who are new to it, unfortunately, that dream died.
That dream died.
It died right in front of me. That opportunity passed.
Yeah, he can't win it now, and his dad to see it.
That opportunity passed.
It's just-
Or did it? Yes, I cannot physically put that title belt.
Oh God! Honestly, if we're building to him winning the belt, and he's that moment, we'll all be a mess. We'll all be a mess. They've set the table on this perfectly. It's beautiful, but they are going to have to put obstacles in his way. They are going to have to put obstacles in his way, but I think I cannot imagine a world, a realm where Cody does not get his hands on the title. I can't imagine it. Not with this promo. You can do it, Chance. You can do it. You can do it.
With that in mind, the silence is broken. My intentions are clear. I've made them clear to all of you here. I stand before you ready.
I stand before you ready. My intentions are clear. I love it. I love it.
I'm going to give the distinction that my family has long since been denied. And I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to do it for me. I'm going to do it for my family.
I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to do it for me.
For the American dream, Dusty Rhodes.
I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to do it for me. And I'm going to do it for the American dream, Dusty Rhodes. And he has to pause before he says it. I mean, like, the emotion. Seth comes out. Here's Seth. Here's Seth. I love this. I love that promo. Great promo. That is fantastic. Seth is coming out. So, Seth Rollins has come out. Cody has made his intentions perfectly clear. No one is in any doubt what he wants. No one is in any doubt why he wants it. And we got a lot more detail than I was expecting. The fact that Dusty had that picture of him with the championship on his mantelpiece, you know, and he, you know, won the title but didn't get to take it home. Well, he didn't win the title, he won the match, but because it was by count out. So that does mean a lot, because I heard in an interview Dan Lambert had that belt, the belt that Dusty's holding. Dan Lambert's a belt collector and he had it, and apparently a week before Cody left AEW, Dan Lambert said, I think you should have this. And he gave Cody, I think, 99.9% sure, owns the belt that's in that picture that his dad held. Right, Seth has come down. Seth's in pink trousers, sparkly pink blazer, pink tie, in the ring with Cody. It's really good. I really love that promo. Cody, I love that as well. Cody just throws the microphone away. These two wrestled one of my favorite WrestleMania matches at the weekend. Cody puts his hand out. Seth looking at Cody's hand. Smile on the face of Seth. Seth shakes Cody's hand. Cody is looking at Seth as Seth is cackling away. A display of respect. Seth Rollins has come down. It was respect. Corey Graves said it was respect. Byron said, is that what it was? Seth and Becky must share the same clothing store. Cody looks like a politician. It was an odd ending to that segment. It was. I don't know. Perhaps that segment was going a little bit. I'm sure that was planned, but wow, look, they've given him time. I mean, he's had 20-odd minutes there. Well, he hasn't actually. I mean, the first, I don't know how many long was video packages, wasn't it? That video package was so long. And do you know what? We're so lucky because honestly, as soon as Raw began, it's like someone just turned my internet off. It's so weird. As soon as Raw began, it was like, right, well, we won't be needing that. Someone might have just switched it off. So at least it gave us time to fix it. Right, here is Naomi and Sasha. Brilliant, lovely, lovely promo from Cody. That's, you know, when we talk about, like, character development and, like, wanting to know people's intentions, that goes above and beyond what I would be hoping for. And that went above and beyond what I was hoping for from that Cody promo. I thought a lot of what was going to be said was just going to be a rehash of what we've heard in the interviews already, but, you know, I suppose to a degree it was a little bit, but there was definitely a lot more than I expected there. Sasha and Naomi. It felt like an AEW promo in terms of it wasn't scripted. And we've seen him get emotional in promos in AEW. Yeah, I agree. It did feel like an AEW segment had just been plucked up and dropped in. Championship contenders match. Sasha Banks and Naomi against Rhea Ripley and Liv. So that's what we've got coming up next. Sasha and Naomi versus Rhea and Liv. It's not for the belts, though. It's not for the belts. It's for a championship contender. I've heard Roman will be out for a while. I just noticed there was no Becky side plates on the Raw Women's Championship. I can tell WWE won't fumble the bag with Cody this time. Bianca might have been undefeated at WrestleMania. She's 2-0 so far. Believe she is, yeah. Because I'm sure she arrived at the night after, like, WrestleMania 30. She might even have been at 36. I can't quite remember. She wasn't on the official card, but she might have. I think it was the next night, though. I'm sure Bianca, like, really arrives the next night. And then, like, she's in, like, a 6-man with mixed tag with Street Profits. So, yeah, she would be, unless she was in, like, a women's battle royal. But nah, I think you can 2-0, yeah. Days, hope you are well. Dominic will get better at wrestling and is still going to improve. Night, Days, and all. Enjoy the rest. I'm up early. Have fun. Dort Night, shout out to you, buds. Watch Cody get released by the summer, says Tim. Daniel said, yes, Dan Lambert did give him the belt before he left. He said, I think you should have this. They fumbled the entrance. Yeah, they did fumble the entrance. Like, the pyro didn't kind of go off on time. And when it did go off, he had a little chuckle to himself that it was delayed. Yeah, that's... there was a little bit of a production issue, but... Jennifer said, feeling emotions during Raw outside of annoyance or slight amusement is foreign to me. Well played, Cody. Yeah. Guys, I'm going to need help here. How do you react to a good segment on Raw? It's been so long that I don't remember what we do. Do we turn the telly off now and just, like, leave it? I don't know. I can't remember what we do when there's a good segment on Raw. No, it was very good. Very good. Jennifer, I hope you are well. Hope you and Lorelei enjoyed WrestleMania. James said, that was a gripping half hour of Raw. That was the gripping half hour of Raw we've got in years. I agree. Moldy said, the fact that Dusty refused to take the belt home because he felt he didn't win it, Cody is saying he's tired of running away from Dusty's shadow and he's going to win the belt for him. It was 10 out of 10. Brenton said, a good Raw segment. Wow. Yep. And all we needed to do was bring in an AEW superstar. That's what we needed to do. The secret was in front of our eyes all the time. We just needed to bring in an AEW star. Next week we'll get Tony Khan on the show, and that'll be another good segment. Did you hear the boos for Hogan? I did, yeah. I cannot wait for Cornette's WrestleMania review on his podcast, says Brenton. Matt said, Days, how are you doing? Pleasure to see you as always. And you, dude. And you. Legend Killer, hello. Who do you think that Quill? I don't know what that means. Lorelei is so over in this community. She's over all right, my arch nemesis. Shahil said, Days, I'm going to go for a bold statement. I think Cody will be WWE champion before the end of the year. I am going to say WrestleMania next year. I really think we need to put obstacles in his way. I think it would be really good. I would love... I honestly, I know some people wouldn't have done this, but I would have had Triple H come out and say, good story, but you will never be WWE champion because I will ensure that never happens. Like, I would have loved something like that. I really think you've got to find a ways of putting obstacles in his way. You've set the intention now of why he wants it and what he wants it for. And so, WWE fans are now going to want to see him achieve that dream. And we all know that, like, when he was Stardust, he was a million miles away from the title. And, now we know, obviously, that Dusty never got it, but he did win the match, but he didn't win the belt. And, he gave us so much information there. And certainly if you're new to, like, wrestling or young or whatever, then, you might not even know he was Dusty's son. You might not even know who Dusty is, but now you know a bit about Dusty. You know that he competed for the belt in the 70s. I mean, you don't know everything about Dusty, obviously, but he competed for it in the 70s, didn't get it. He wants to win it for his dad. His dad's no longer around. I mean, like, there was so much in that promo. It's so good. Smile on the face of Rhea Ripley. I mean, look, I don't think this match is going to take long. I must admit, this isn't like the first match I would have chosen to kickstart the show. I think I would have wanted some... I don't know, would you have brought out Veer or something straight away? I mean, I suppose Sasha... I suppose there's quite a few stars out there. Some people were chatting about an Undertaker match named for him. Why don't they do a yearly Rest in Peace tour? They could tour to us and have a few Taker's favourite gimmick matches. Could be interesting. Undertaker tour. Least favourite match from Mania. I hated Zayn Knoxville, but I loved AJ Edge. Well, I've done a full review, and I say a full review. I've spoke about every match and gone through it on 2 little minutes long review videos. I am trying to get more of those kind of YouTube shorts out. The reason why is because it allows me to get them out on the channel here, but also I can put them onto like Twitter. I can get them onto Instagram. You know, I just want to get them out there. To be honest, it's just something I'm looking to do more of. So I've done a review for both days of WrestleMania, and they're only a minute long. So it doesn't really allow me, I suppose, to go into the detail that I would like. But when you do, I mean, we did like 8-hour streams both days. I feel like you can't give much more detail than that. Do you know what I mean? Than like talking about every second of every moment of the show. So yeah, it's funny. I was thinking about it. I'm the kind of content creator, YouTuber, that's either making 8 long streams or 1-minute videos. Like, you would think that I would focus on the, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, or something in the middle. No, it's all or nothing with me. You're either having 8 hours or you're having 1 minute. That is it. That's the kind of content I'm making. The crowd is dead for this, says Jeremy. I think that, the crowd's... I don't know that this is the right first opening match, to be honest. I think this match is fine. I think people like Sasha and whatnot, but yeah, they haven't really got going. When are they revealing the new Undisputed Championship? There isn't a new Undisputed Championship. Or at least there's not believed to be a new Undisputed Championship. They're going to keep them as 2 separate belts. Mason said, apparently Braun and Ziggler are having a rematch. On Raw or in NXT? I haven't heard anything about that. I mean, we will be doing NXT tomorrow, but we do also have Champions League football. And I've got the escape pod, which I forgot about, actually. So, we do have quite a bit going on tomorrow. But we will, of course, be doing NXT. Mason, shout out to you, dude. I thought Salah, FIFA should do something. People do nonsense stuff during penalties. After that segment, do you see Cody winning the title soon? I don't want it to be soon. Even after that segment, I don't want it to be soon. The story is out there now. We all now know that he wants the belt and why he wants the belt and the emotion and all of that. And honestly, I mean, it's probably a dream that at many times felt like it would never ever happen. I feel like it is probably going to happen now. I can't imagine they're not going to give him the belt after that. But if he is going to get the title, it can't be an easy road. It can't be a simple journey. I don't want it to be that he fights for the title at the next pay-per-view and we just put it on him. Like, I really want there to be, I want that doubt. I want that journey. I want to see the struggle. I want to see him as, it's kind of feels like he's on the home straight really now, He's back. He's not only back in the company in WWE, but he's got a massive contract. He's got his own name. He's got his own music. He's got everything that he wants, and it would feel like he's on his path towards the belt. So I don't want it to just be a simple straight road. Like, we need some twists and turns here. So that's why I wouldn't do it this year. I would wait. I really would. I'd give him a title match this year, but he would lose it. I'd give him a title match, and I'd build it up, and this is it, this is the one, all that kind of stuff, and then he loses it. And you could even have it whereby, it's Cody versus Roman, If Cody wins, he gets the belt. If Roman wins, Cody cannot challenge whilst Roman's champion. Do something like that. Cody loses. So whilst Roman's champion, Cody cannot challenge for the belt. And like you could have some do something along those lines. Like just keep chucking like barriers in the way and like yeah. Apparently, Braun Ziggler having a rematch. Read that. Mason, shout out to you. But Man United Hodge said, I'm excited for Raw, but this match is a bad opener. Also, I'm hoping for some debuts or returns. It is the Raw after WrestleMania. Yes, I think we are all expecting them to be moments like that. So I am expecting there to be surprises, twists and turns, and I'm sure we will get them, to be honest. I mean, we're only half an hour into the show, 36 minutes in. I think they probably thought that, Sasha, I mean, she's a massive star. Liv Morgan's popular. Rhea Ripley's legit. Naomi, people like. I mean, there's four very popular stars out there in a tag match. They probably thought, like, on paper, this would be a decent opener. But for some reason, the crowd just aren't feeling it. Saying that, I thought the crowd were quite quiet when Cody first came out as well. But when he was in the ring, they did start chanting. And that was good. Because it could have been a bit of a problem if the crowd left him hanging. Sasha's in there with Liv. Liv rolls up Sasha. Kick out by Sasha. Step up enziguri by Liv. She stopped trying. I stayed out of trouble for the most part. How long do you think it takes before WWE botches with Cody? I'll give it 6 months. I don't know what you mean by botches. I mean, I genuinely think he will get to the title, and I don't know when that will be. Once he's got to the title, then I would worry. I think the story has been set, the table has been set, and I think now we get to watch the journey to the title. So how long that takes, the longer the better, really. Because as we said beforehand, the money is in the chase. So I think he's fine until he gets the belt, and then once he's got the belt, that could be a problem. Double knees by Sasha and Naomi. Sasha and Naomi win. Sasha and Naomi have got the job done. It's Liv that takes the pin. Naomi and Sasha holding up those women's tag titles. Is Rhea going to turn on Liv here? Rhea's jumped into the ring. I mean, these two aren't really a team anyway, are they? They haven't been together that long, so kind of do need we do need Rhea Ripley. Go on, turn. Makes sense. Do it. Turn on her. She, that was tame. She's just kind of like, oh, don't talk to me. She's just moody. Liv in the ring on her own. Look, Rhea Ripley walking away, very frustrated. Here's Kevin Owens. Should have knocked her out. Here is Kevin Owens. Dun. Boos for Owens as Owens is making his way down. It wasn't much of a turn, was it? She was just like, talk to me. She's just a bit in a huff. You know, like if you like really wanted like something to eat, and you get to the fridge and like turns out that earlier in the day your partner's already eaten it or something. Oh, I really wanted that cake. I really wanted that cake, and then you get there and the cake's been eaten. Talk to me. I wanted that cake and you've ate it. Hey, you. She was like that. She's like a petulant. I really wanted to watch my program. Can't believe we had to watch the Grammys. It's like that. I think the reaction to Cody's music hitting and his entrance was weak. It got going with the welcome back and the Cody chants, but that was guaranteed. But the reaction was unlucky. Well, to be honest, this crowd is just, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, they need this Raw after Mania crowd are not themselves when they're hungry. They need a Snickers. You're right. I've still got cake from last night. Well, don't let someone eat. Don't honestly. If Rhea Ripley wants some, let her have it. Otherwise, she'll be like, talk to me. That's all it was. She should have like smacked her. Do you know what I mean? If we're gonna do a turn, let's do a turn. Like Liv's like, I love you. Do you still love me? Talk to me. Just want some time on my own. Favorite Raw after WrestleMania moment. I love the Paige moment. I really do love that. And I love the Dolph Ziggler cash-in. Those are the two. So Paige, out of nowhere, her music hit after, I think it was WrestleMania 30, and she came down. She was the NXT Women's Champ. Got in the ring, and AJ Lee had held the belt for a while. Like, no one, she'd just won, like, this multi-woman invitational match, and she was still champion. And it was like, you just couldn't see who was going to get the belt off her. And then Paige came down to congratulate her. AJ puts the title on the line. Paige beats her. And then out of nowhere, Paige, the current NXT Women's Champion, has got both belts. And can't believe it. She's like, you know, she's younger that time as well. I mean, that was like 8 years ago. So it's an amazing moment. Completely unexpected. Those moments are the best, though, aren't they? You know, I mean, like, if we get a new champion tonight, as I said, could you imagine if Bianca's in the ring with her championship and then Asuka's music hits? Asuka comes down, challenges her, and wins it. It's like, what? Like, those moments, those are the great Raw after Mania moments. The ones that you just don't see coming, that aren't leaked. In fairness, they've been quite quiet. I mean, I've not seen much news about tonight's show. From a spoiler point of view, I mean. Here's Kevin. I made a mistake. What? I think I underestimated him. The Texas Rattlesnake is still great. I'm one of the greatest. I think I tricked myself. I went into that match with a bad back injury. I'm limping, you can tell. A lot of weights. This is great from Kevin Owens. He's injected a lot of energy here. He's like yelling at the audience. I knew that WrestleMania needed me. Ezekiel. Is this Elias? Is that's Elias? Elias is here? Elias is here as Ezekiel? It might be someone you recognize from the past, but it's not him, said Corey Graves. Look at that, Elias. Hello, I am Ezekiel. Walk with Ezekiel. Elias? Is that you? Oh, walk with Elias is being chanted. Oh my God, I love this. I love this. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I'm not Elias. I'm Elias's younger brother. Elias's younger brother. Guys, it's Elias's younger brother. The name is Ezekiel. What? You're Elias. Elias's younger brother. It's very good, isn't it? Brother. Ezekiel. You're Elias? I hate liars, says Kevin. You must hate yourself. You lied to Stone Cold and you got stunned. That's what Daze looks like when he shaves his beard. You got stunned. You got stunned. I miss his beard. Oh, did Ezekiel used to have a beard, did he? I never liked you, and now I like you even less. Ezekiel. I like this. It's fun. I wouldn't have him as Elias's brother, though. I would have just had him go, I'm not Elias. Three. Two. He's counting down. He's told him to get out the ring. One. Here we go. He's still in there. Smile on the face of Ezekiel. And Kevin Owens walks out the ring. Kevin Owens has walked out. They should have gone with the Macho Man gimmick. Corvid said, this is really bad. Justin said it's stupid. Airflow said, I love it. Corvid said, I feel so bad for Elias. I like the fact that he's come back as Ezekiel and he's claiming that he isn't Elias. I like that. I think there's humor to be found in that, and there's more that you can do by exploring it. So I don't mind that. As I said, I probably wouldn't have made him like Elias's, but I think the joke would be that he's got nothing to do with Elias. Who's Elias? But instead they've made him like a relative. We'll see. We'll see where it goes. Right, next up we've got Dominic Mysterio taking on The Miz. Did you see on Twitter regarding what happened during the tag match with the DX theme? Twitter's a big place, mate. It's a big place. Dominic Mysterio versus Miz. Are we going to get Logan coming down? Because it doesn't feel like that's finished, does it? Mo said, I don't know if I like it or not because Elias is dead, but his brother doesn't have that rock star look that Elias had. Yeah, well, I mean, Elias has got... What it does open it up to, though, is, it'd be a tricky thing to do, but you could have an alter ego now. So, you know, he could bring back Elias. It's kind of we could have a jobber version of the three faces of Foley. So I don't know how you magically put a beard on, though, unless you're going to have a fake beard, and I don't think that's going to work very well. But I'm sure there's some humor that can be found in there. I mean, look, this doesn't strike me as a gimmick that's going to be used at the top of the card, so we'll see where it goes. We can still walk with Ezekiel. Yeah, walk with Ezekiel. Ian said, lots of rumors Elias was coming back with flashy colors, and there it is. Matt said, I heard that Roman will be champ until next year's WrestleMania when he fights The Rock. Edward said, I've got a good name for Edge's faction. What about Edgy Priest or Edge of Darkness? I like Edgy Priest. I'm a big fan of Edgy Priests. That was good Raw after WrestleMania debut, says Airflow Games. Alex said, Twitter is going mad with Elias. Oh, I bet there'll be some good memes. That come out of that. Ezekiel looks like a male stripper, says Kevin. Is that Elias? Really, says Wayne. I believe it is, yes. McClain said Ezekiel versus Elias bucket. I mean, again, there's some humor. You know, Ezekiel could get so worked up with everyone saying he's Elias, he could say that he'll have a match with his brother. And then, like, you could have someone come out that looks like Elias, but it's not Elias. Kind of plays on the Undertaker from SummerSlam 94. But yeah, it could be fun. I mean, I feel like you can find humor in this. There's things you can do with this. Days, when I first saw the name Ezekiel, I thought it would be Ezekiel Jackson, and I popped, said CJ Asbit. Elias needs that beard, says Jeffrey. That is true, he does. Ezekiel doesn't, though, because he's his own person. Shaving that nice of a beard should be a sin, said Butterscotch. John said it can be used at the top of the card for a Raw episode because Raw main events tend to be rubbish anyway. Adam said Bianca Belair wins the Raw Women's title 2 nights ago with a black eye. She did. I mean, I'm sure you're going to see that black eye tonight. Do you think we see Big Cass again? I don't know what he's doing. Wasn't he in Impact for a bit? I don't know if he's still there. But doesn't feel like he's really... I don't know. I can't say he's making a name for himself since he came back, if he is. Dominic is in the ring. Miz has got in the ring. Miz wearing his WrestleMania attire. Got a feeling that there's going to be a Logan Paul that gets involved in this. This gimmick is flexible in terms of comedy. It made me laugh, and I think its potential is a good comedy gimmick, says LS Dub. The shave is good, but he should have kept the denim attire look, says channel name. Ezekiel, Gunther, Butch, lol. Yeah, it is a pretty wild collection of names, isn't it? I guess Elias got addicted to Manscape during his hideous, says JP4. Yeah. Manscaped his beard right off his face. Robin said Ronda should have won the match on Saturday night. Do you agree? No. I'm a Ronda fan. I like Ronda, but I think that actually Charlotte winning was quite unexpected. I mean, I think Ronda winning all the time is going to get very old, very stale, very quick. The problem is that even though she didn't win, the match was so below par anyway that I think that it didn't really have... Had it been an amazing match, a really good match that everyone was loving and really into, and then Charlotte wins, I think people would have been really into it because, like, the match would have been great, and people, I think, would have been expecting Ronda. I think Ronda would have been a heavy favorite after losing WrestleMania 35 main event, being away for so long. Like, it felt like that was a bit of a banker, if you will. That was one that, you know, you expected. I expected it. So I like the fact that she didn't. It caught me off guard. And, you know, she can win it further down the road. If you're a Ronda fan, she'll get it eventually. If you hate Charlotte, she'll lose it eventually. But yeah, I kind of like that. It was a bit of a swerve. I kind of like it. Apparently, Braun and Ziggler are having a... It keeps going back to that. I don't know why. Miz has won. Mo said, strange that Ezekiel didn't hold a funeral for his older brother. It's kind of sad, really. Well, he didn't. He's not actually dead, is he? I mean, there was the tombstone and everything, but we do watch him walk away. Veer is coming down. Here's Veer. We have waited months. I thought it was going to be Logan, but it's Veer. Veer is here. Veer has arrived. Veer Mahaan. The crowd aren't going crazy. I hate this crowd. I thought the pop would be monstrous, but here he is. Look, he's real. Veer. Yeah! Veer goes after Dominic. Yeah! Ah, super. Turns out Veer is a super face. He's one of the biggest faces we've ever seen. He's basically Hulkamania Hogan. Yeah! You deserve it. You deserve it. Make him humble. Make him humble. Yeah. Look at Dominic's like, Dad. Oh, make you humble, you jabroni. Make you humble. Look at him choking out Dominic. Dominic's like, tapping away. Yeah. It's not a real match, but he's won. Oh, they're booing him? I hate this crowd. What are you on about? Stupid crowd. Boo. Perhaps they're booing because he released the hold. Perhaps that... One more time. Yeah, in fairness, I would be booing as well. Way too soon. There we go. Evan said, watch Elias come out later with a fake beard on. Maybe that's him. Maybe that's him right there. He's put a bigger beard on. He's come out as Veer Mahaan. Look at the fact. I tell you what, Dominic's selling like a dream there, though. Gotta give him credit for that. Veer Mahaan is here to rid the WWE of Dominic Mysterio. That was flat. What did Veer do for the crowd to be cheered? Beat up Dominic. Why squash the Mysterios? It makes no sense. Worst possible crowd for tonight after all the hype. He's come out to absolute crickets. This Raw after Mania. Where is the energy crowd for Raw after Mania are normally unbelievable? I have no idea what's going on with this crowd. I don't know if they're exhausted after WrestleMania or what's going on. I literally have got no idea. I mean, honestly, when as soon as Cody came out, you were like, "Oh my God, they're not giving him like the reaction. Where's the big pop? Where's the big?" And finally, when he got in there, it was like, "You deserve it," and all that, and all this. It was brilliant. Then once he got in the ring, but I'd say there was alarm bells right at the start of the night. I don't think you can look at Veer being a disappointment and Sasha's match being a disappointment and Cody's entrance being a disappointment. It's this crowd. This crowd are awful. Don't know what's wrong with them. Here is Bianca. By far one of the most incredible matches I've ever seen, says Corey Graves. Eric said, could Roman use the red Universal title on Raw? I don't think so. I think that it would get a bit confusing if, like, he changes the color of the Universal belt. I mean, like, I feel like that Universal really represents SmackDown, and the WWE belt represents Raw. So I don't think they would look to be changing the belt straps. It's a lot to do with branding, isn't there, as well? Like, you know, if you show Roman with a blue belt and then the next day he's got no blue belt and it's a red belt, people might start thinking it's a different championship and everything as well, and it might all get a bit confusing. Becky is here. All that just to beat up Dominic Mysterio. It's worth it, wasn't it, Lance? It was worth it. Why won't these people do something? Where is Raw tonight? It's in, let me double check, Hell. That's where it is. It's in Hell. Apparently, it's the first Raw to ever be held in a library. So, I think that's the problem. Whenever the crowd get excited, there's librarians that go, shh, keep it down. Keep it down, shh. Trying to work. There's people trying to read. All the top row, people have got a book. Just down a little read, and they're like, what, who's that? Oh, it's Veer? Oh, you seen that Veer's here? Shh, sorry. That's where we are. We're in a library. It's the first Raw to ever be held in a library. You deserve it. Where's Alexa Bliss? Don't know. I'd imagine backstage. I'd imagine you'll see her tonight. I'd imagine. Days, Dominic thought he was in NXT after that kick. Edward said, Days, I hate Veer now. I thought you might. Is Roman here tonight? Apparently so, yes. The venue is the Library of Congress. It's very somber. That's correct. That is correct. The crowd is in the Matrix. Is there going to be a Tessa debut? I'm not expecting Tessa to come into WWE. I've not seen any reports of that. 0 beach balls? What the heck? Do you think Roman is going to stay WWE champion? Depends how bad that injury is. So, we'll find out. Watching Raw live for the first time. I wanted to watch it, but my God, there's so many adverts. Sem Dong. Yes. Welcome to Raw. It's that way every flipping week. Advert Central. Mo said, to be fair, the Ezekiel bit did kind of suck the life out of the crowd before the real star Veer came out. I don't know that I can really say that the crowd were really... I mean, I think Kevin Owens did a really good job. Owens came out and he was shouting at the crowd and he was working the crowd up and he brought a lot of energy. He really brought a lot to that segment. Like, you know, if you think that... I don't know, man. I feel like Cody went out there and did a fantastic promo, but it was very reflective and it was very personal. It was very touching. It was very slow and, you know, a little bit... well, not somber, but... You know, he's talking about his dad, and obviously his dad's passed away, and you know, he's in the emotions there, and he's like, it kind of suited this crowd. In all fairness, this isn't a crowd that's going banana, so it suited the crowd. And I think like Owens came out when the complete opposite was just like energy, shouting, yelling, and you know, just really like trying to work them up. So I think, you know, Owens did a very... I think the Cody promo is brilliant. I think it works to this crowd great. But I think Owens came out with a different approach, try and fire them up, and maybe he was getting somewhere. Maybe he was getting somewhere, and Ezekiel came out, and it just didn't seem to land, did it? I really don't know what's wrong with them. It's like we've just grabbed a load of people that were passing by. Perhaps we forgot to sell tickets for this show, and so we've just grabbed a load of people that were just passing by the front of the venue. It kind of feels a bit like that. Tanjiro Gaming said, "Oh my God, here comes the Rock." Shh, I'm reading. Yeah, the Rock's here. Oh, is he? Oh yeah, I do. I like him in Jumanji. You're right. Does feel like that. She's got her glasses on. I'm guessing she's going to take them off. I'm going to see her black eye. Eric said, my shoulder surgery rehab took a year. I was only 16. Well, I don't know. Look, you can see the eye. I don't know how long the surgery will take with Roman. Oh, here we go. The reveal. There it is. You deserve it. That's not the right chant, is it, really? She's just revealed a black eye, and the crowd are like, you deserve it. What, the black eye? That's cruel. No, you got two eyes. She got two eyes. Do you know what? She's put the fake eyelashes on this one, but she's not put them on this one, and I think that's a disgrace. I think you should make the effort. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird seeing, like, the fake eyelashes on the one and not on the other. Oh my God, guys. Becky Lynch knocked the eyelashes off Bianca Belair. She took her eyelashes. Shh, sorry. Jesus. Sorry. Look, Bianca's getting emotional. Crowd are just having a little chat amongst themselves. She didn't cheat. She went through hell and back. Becky said, I tried to take everything from her, but I think WrestleMania proved that she tried to take everything from me. She even came for my eye. Bex have her eyelash in the Irish lass kicker. You guys deserve better than Becky for your champion. Becky's got two eyes, though. Just going to throw it out there. It's all good throwing shade, but she's got two eyes that are, do you know what I mean? She said she's willing to face and fight every woman back there. I don't think that's a good idea right now. After Saturday. After Saturday, I'm different. I'm better. Someone will come out, surely. Maybe she can take this downtime to find out what she's like without this championship. Women's champion. I'm on my own against the world. I thought someone might come out, but I mean, I suppose she has only got one eye at the moment. Becky is the female Stone Cold, no matter. People love her. Needed you. Oh. Coming up next, yeah, Braun Breaker against Dolph Ziggler, NXT Championship match. What do you think of Raw so far? I think it's way better than a usual Raw. Very entertaining. Don't know what's coming next. Feel really engaged in it. Just constantly looking forward to the next segment. Yeah. I don't know what's coming up. I don't know what to expect. I mean, we've had Ezekiel come back. We had a great Cody promo. Bianca with, like, revealing the eye. I mean, look. Is the crowd flat? Yes. Have we had, like, I don't know, any kind of big moment yet? I mean, the Ezekiel thing was interesting. And Veer has come down. We have had Veer. I don't know if we've had one of those big moments though, you know. But I mean, look, we're only an hour and 10 in. We've still got an hour and 50 minutes. So yeah, I mean, look, you compare this to a normal Raw, it's great. It's great compared to a normal Raw. This is brilliant. Even if it doesn't have a crowd. Listen, we've been through the pandemic era. We've been through the Thunderdome era. We'll just start piping in some fake crowd noises. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Dolph Ziggler versus Braun Breaker. Please be quiet. Shh. Sorry, thank you. It is the best Raw in months. 5.25, says Esteban. NXT on Raw. NXT on Raw. NXT belt on the line. Apparently so. The show is flat, not helped by the crowd. Veer and the artist formerly named Elias is weak, says Charles. I honestly think Vince told Kevin to be as loud and passionate as possible to try and get energy out of this crowd. He was going for it as if he was told to go for it. Evan said, Days, I think WWE need a brand new title, a new design, not just a huge logo. I agree with that. But the reason why is because when they give those belts to the different sports teams, and those sports teams are showing off the championship belt they've been gifted, it's a big flipping WWE logo, so you're in no doubt whatsoever where it's come from or what it represents. So, you know, I think it's probably going to be a while till we move away from it. Because from a marketing point of view, makes sense. I'm tired of hearing that stupid generic theme song. The crowd is shoosh. Oh, yeah. Do you think Chad Gable came out before? So, do you know what? Like, normally to, like, get people fired up, you know, they'll have a ring announcer go out. We will be going live in 5 minutes, guys. We will be going live. Make sure that when we count down, you're going to make some noise. The world will be watching. Do you think rather than having that person go out, they sent out Chad Gable, and he was like, shoosh, shoosh. And, like, the crowd are, like, saying so. It's like, shoosh. And then they did. And then they listened. And they actually did. Imagine if we went, like, back to Vince and he's like, I've done it. They've actually listened. They've shooshed. They've actually shooshed. It's backfired. Like, they're meant to not actually shoosh. But they've actually shooshed. Shoosh. Does feel that way. It is so strange. I really cannot explain what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I mean, the crowd were red hot at times at WrestleMania. I mean, you've got to think a lot of these people were at WrestleMania. Shoosh. I like Bianca's promo, but I'm surprised they didn't set up a next feud, said British Soundboard Pranks. I wonder if Gable Steveson will show up. Yeah, he was everywhere. We saw him on Saturday. We saw him on Sunday. He got in the ring. So I got to think there's a good chance. Gable shooshed Gable. Gable shooshed Gable. Chad Gable is thinking he is over right now. Yeah, he is. You're right. He's right. His whole gimmick is people shooshing, and this is the most shooshed crowd I've ever seen. Try to shoosh contemplative crowds, and you will get silence. Shoosh, please. I think they should have Veer come down multiple times and decimate superstars. That will make him look hella strong. Could be fun. It ain't going to do anything for this crowd, but it could be fun. What I would like, right, if I was booking, is we go backstage and we see Dominic in the medical area with Ray right next to him going, "You're going to be all right, son. You're going to be all right." Like this, and then the door bursts open, and it's Veer, and he's like, "Ah!" And he grabs Ray, and he chucks him out the room, and then he gets Dominic again, and he gets him back in the Dominic's like, "Ah!" Like this, like, "Ah, make you humble, make you humble." Dominic's like, "It's happening again, Dad! It's happening again!" Like this, and we cut away from the carnage. Bucket. And then at the end of the show, Dominic's in the car. And he's got a neck brace on. And his arms are in plaster like this. And Ray jumps in and he's like, "Listen, we'll go home. You'll be all right." And he's like, okay, Dad. And then in the back, Veer pops up in the back of the car. Ah! Grabs Ray, chucks him out the car, grabs a hold of Dominic. Dad, it's happening again. No, make you humble. That's what I want. And that, if we're doing those backstage segments, we don't need a crowd. Do you know what I mean? F the crowd. Pointless crowd, boring crowd. That sounds like a cool idea. Not if you're Dominic, it doesn't. Reggie said, "Does that discount code have an expiry date?" Tomorrow. I think it's still active tomorrow, but it ends tomorrow. We only got it for WrestleMania weekend. And they said that they kept it going for the Raw after WrestleMania. And then it goes... Right, here's Braun against Dolph. Braun Breaker. Braun, it was interesting because Braun was wearing all white at the Stand and Deliver, and here he is in all black. Got Dolph Ziggler the one side of the ring. We got Braun Breaker the other. There is the NXT Championship. Could see a title change here, to be honest. Smile on the face of Braun Breaker. Another slap again. So yeah, I mean, we could get a title change on this, but I mean, honestly, I was expecting Braun Breaker to get called up. Grabs Ziggler, drives him back into the corner, shoulder charge. I don't know what AEW do before their shows start, but they're so passionate every week. I've never been to an AEW show, so I can't say. If someone has, then they'll have to let us know. But as I said, normally, when you go to a Raw or whatever, it is just like the ring announcer that's like, "We'll be going live in a minute's time, guys. Make sure that you make some noise. The world is going to be watching as we are live," and just kind of really bigging it up. And then they get you to count it down like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then pyro. Are you ready for a good time? But yeah, I do agree. AEW tend to start really hot. I don't know what they do. Dolph's got Bron Breakker over by the ropes. Maybe Tony Khan comes out, does a little striptease or something. Da 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 da. Bum banana bum 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 bum. I mean, that would work me up. And maybe it works up the AEW crowd, and they're like, yeah! And whilst it's at fever pitch, they just start the show. If you look actually at the start of every AEW, you'll see Tony Khan running away in a red thong. That's all he's wearing, a little red thong. Little red thong, and he's scuttling off in the distance after he's worked the crowd into a fever pitch. So we need to get Vince out there. We need to get Party Boy out there. We need Party Boy. That's what we need. Party Boy needs to come back out. I can get that picture again if people want from earlier. Bron Breakker has got Dolph Ziggler in the corner. They need to start piping in crowd noise. I'm starting to wonder if there's even a crowd there, or if WWE's CGI has just gone next level. Perhaps it's that. You know, like how you get the big Undertaker that rose up, or you get all the CGI. Perhaps they forgot to sell tickets and they've just CGI'd in an audience. Don't know. I'm open to any kind of theory right now because it's flatter than Netherlands. Tony is going to come out and say, if you cheer loud enough, we'll have a huge surprise for you. That'll be it. The photos of Roman's injury look similar to when Edge tore his tricep against Orton. Chad said, Dallas is a wrestling crowd. You're a fool to think it's not. USWA was based there. The Von Erichs, the Freebirds, Austin all got started in Dallas. I know, yeah, and I do not disagree with that. Do not disagree with that. They are a wrestling crowd, and they were passionate and loud at WrestleMania. I mean, I don't think anyone came out of WrestleMania saying, God, this crowd's rubbish. But I just don't know where they are tonight. I don't know what's happening. I really don't know. Are they just shattered after a 2-day? I mean, that's worth thinking, isn't it? That's worth thinking. This is the first time that we've done a Raw after WrestleMania, and the WrestleMania was 2 days. Are we seeing that this crowd is all cheered out? Ugh. I mean, a lot of these might have done Stand and Deliver on midday. A lot of them might have done SmackDown, Hall of Fame, Stand and Deliver, WrestleMania Night 1, WrestleMania Night 2. That's since Friday. And now here we are on Monday, and they're like, you deserve it. You deserve it. I bet, actually, they're probably so tired and shattered, they can't even really see the show. They're just running through chants at this point. They're just sat there going, fight forever. Fight forever. John, is there anyone in the ring? Fight forever. You deserve it. This is awesome. John, we're at commercial break. Okay. Wake me up when we get back. What? What? I bet they're just doing that. If you look at green shirt guy, he's on the barricade, all curled up like this, just fast asleep. He's having a nice little nap. Can't say I blame him. I used to have a voice. AEW played the Jericho theme tune to get everyone going before every show. I'll tell you what, it'd get me going. Get me leaving the building. I think Green Shirt Guy needs to hype up the crowd. That's right. Do you know what? It's a really good point because Green Shirt Guy is sort of like the crowd's leader in many ways. He's like the band leader for the crowd, so it's his responsibility to get everyone fired up. You're absolutely right. He has been elected as our representative. He gets to sit in the front row and center. So he should pull his weight here. Right now, he should be stood up going, breaker, 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 breaker. Should be trying to get the crowd like... Ugh. Instead, he's just sat there with his goatee. Oh, hello. I've got a slight chant breaking out. The crowd didn't deserve a Cody Rhodes promo. Pablo said, if you can book a match, what match would you book all time? I don't know. To be honest, I mean, like, I've had that before, that question, and my answer would be that I would want to get like some of them stars from the past. You know, there's lots like Bruno. I'd love to get Bruno in his prime. You know, I'd love to have a look at like Buddy Rogers, the first ever champion, the person that influenced Ric Flair. Buddy Rogers was the original Nature Boy. So, you know, there's loads of like stars that were around in like the 60s, the 70s. Superstar Billy Graham. I'd love to get some of those guys like some TV exposure, because I feel like they're from the forgotten era. Kind of like, you know, Bruno will get mentioned, but get Bruno in there. Bruno against Brock. That would be pretty sweet. Or Bruno against Roman. Bruno against Roman would be really cool. So I'd love to see that. But I think, like, if you want something a bit more modern, Undertaker Sting. That was always my dream match. The turnbuckle has been removed as Bron Breakker goes over the top. Knee strike. Andre versus Big Show versus Giant Gonzalez. The crowd all had a smoke with Randy and Riddle, and this is what's happened, says Patrick. You've called it, mate. You've called it. Why did Ziggler face for the championship at Stand and Deliver? Braun, yeah. So they're doing a rematch, yes. So why should they be cheering? Because it should just be like, this is the Raw after... Well, first of all, you're there seeing an NXT championship match. I mean, the title could change hands. And actually, this isn't like a house show. The title could actually change hands tonight. So I think that would be quite exciting to go to a show where the title changes hands. I mean, there's no guarantee it will, but it could. Bron Breakker's a big future star. I mean, maybe part of the problem is a lot of this crowd were at Stand and Deliver. Shoulder up by Bron. So maybe if you saw this match on Friday, now all of a sudden you've seen it again on the Monday, you're like, oh, I've already seen this. But as I said, it is for a belt. There is think of the history of the NXT title, Balor and, Adam Cole and Johnny Gargano, and, well, here it is being defended. I think that's kind of exciting. I would be excited if I was there watching this. Dolph's looking for a super kick. Spear by Braun. Spear by Braun. Braun chopping Dolph in half, and could this be the beginning of the end? He's got Dolph Ziggler up. Oh! 1, 2, 3. Bron Breakker is the new NXT champion. Bron Breakker is the new NXT champion. We've seen an NXT championship title change. Bron Breakker. So there we go, guys. Fun fact, we didn't need to watch Stand and Deliver on Friday. We just needed to watch this show. Lol. Lolly lol. And... title change. Brock Lesnar will make your Roman bleed. I don't think so. I think he's gone to Saskatchewan again, and he's going to have fun on the farm. I'd love that DVD. having fun on the farm with Brock Lesnar. Poor Ziggler, he tends to be a transitional champion. Days, they've CGI'd in the crowd, and only green shirt guy is actually there. I love the idea that he's tried to have a conversation with several people and none of them respond because it's all CGI. There we go. Braun Breaker has... well, the crowd were sort of into that. There was... I definitely heard some noise. There's some cheers there, look. And he's holding the NXT title upside down. Silly Billy. What a silly Billy. Coming up next, the almighty Bobby Lashley. Can I just say that if this show ends with The Rock coming out, no one is going to remember any of this anyway. I don't even know if this crowd would react if The Rock came out. Yeah. If The Rock comes out, this crowd are going to be like, oh, yeah. Oh, it's The Rock, yeah. Honestly. This is awful. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. What you thinking? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? Are you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. What you feeling? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? Are you mad? Halftime scores. Tyler, 5.5. Get in your halftime scores. Jordan said, this is the most crowd in sports entertainment. Then, now, forever, together. Brendan said 9.7. Miguel says 6. Stone9540 says 6. Ian says 8.5. 6, 1, 7, 6, 6. Ooh, 6.5. Ooh, 7.5. Isn't the first Raw after Mania crowd since it's gone 2 nights? Maybe they're exhausted. Yep. Mabes. 7 says Austin. Is the crowd really ruining it that much for you guys? Because I actually think there's been a fair bit on this show. I just think is it that the crowd just are not there for it, and it's making it like really suffer? 4.3, 3, 6, 4, 8, 4.3, 8, 7, 4, 6, 6.5, 4.3, 7, 4, 4.3, 4, 7, 2, 5. What's up with this tired crowd? Did they tape Raw last night after Mania? Yes. Yes, and they did WrestleMania, and then straight after they did this Raw, which a lot of people said to Vince at the time was going to be a problem. 6.25, 4.3, 9, 4.3. There needs to be another big return or debut to save this Raw after Mania moment. 7, 7.6, 4.3. What football team do you support? Man United, Stourbridge, England. I feel like there was more emotion during the Thunderdome, but the show has been good. Ignore the crowd. 7.25 says Jennifer. This is why WWE needs to stop with the 2-night manias. Well, to be honest, it hasn't been a problem up to this point, has it? This is actually something that has not been a problem. It's not been I bet WWE didn't even really consider that this could have been an issue. But they've killed their own crowd. They've killed their own crowd. They've shattered them out. So, yeah. Bit of an ish. Crowd is dead and it's ruined it. Do this crowd know that they're at Raw after Mania? Do this crowd know they're at a show? Crowd is dead, it's ruined it, says Jimmy the Owl. Here's MVP. MVP. Someone on Twitter there. Hopefully they're reading about how awful this crowd is. Hopefully they're reading about how awful they are. Right, here's MVP. So MVP said he didn't even need me. He, on his own, crushed the Colossal. Here's Bobby then. Bum 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 bum. Bobby Lashley. His bobs. His bibs. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, there we go. Fireworks going off. It's actually becoming quite funny. I'm finding it quite funny. They cut to the crowd and the crowd. Bobby. Bailey will have to save the day. Raw has been decent so far. What I'm seeing online, people who record as the opening pyro goes off, it's just Justin Roberts in the ring doing a 10-second countdown. A turn by MVP has come in. Okay. Well, look, we've got about 1 hour 20. What have they got? What have they got lined up? We've had Elias come back. We've had Bron Breakker on the show, but not called up the way that I thought he would be. Bum, bum. To be honest, the crowd is probably dead because a lot of people went to SmackDown, Hall of Fame both nights, and now this. Bobby. Okay, well, Bobby's got some chance going. Here we go. Getting anything out of this crowd is like trying to pull a sword out of the stone. Lots of people are trying, lots of people are failing, but if you can do it, you're a made man, I'm sure. Bobby's in his wrestling gear, by the way, so... Are you really sure that you want to do this? When I stepped in the ring. I knew that it could be done. I can honestly say this man beat the hell out of me. He was the strongest man I've ever been in the ring with. There seems to be a lot of respect. Are they going to join forces? Is Bobby going to be the new AJ? My only way I was going to beat him is if he made a mistake. Okay, Bobby's in the ring as Omos is going to make his way out. Here's Omos. Might be time for it. Might be a rematch. Might be a WrestleMania rematch. Because Bobby's ready to go. This crowd sucks. If Roman is the main event, then he will relinquish the title or Rock could interrupt and it could set up next year, says Macca Rice. MVP is going to turn and join Omos as his manager. Omos is going to be the newest member of the Hurt Business. Yeah. Well, we're either just going to get a match, or he's going to join forces, or, as you say, like, could be a little swerve here. I want my rematch. That was a fluke. He wants a rematch. Look at the size difference, man. It's amazing. It's amazing. I don't know if at WrestleMania we got this across. Look at the size difference. Oh, MVP has turned. MVP has turned. That's pretty cool. That is cool. That is cool. And that is exactly what Omos needs as well. He needs a mouthpiece. Yeah, that is great. That is great. That is great. MVP turns on Bobby. Look at him. He's proper slapping him around as well. MVP is directing Omos. Yeah. This look, Omos just colliding into the corner, screaming as he's going. Big power moves. Whilst MVP is screaming at Omos to do more. This is what Omos needed. This is what he needed. MVP. Oh, big boot by MVP, and Bobby goes down. This is good. This is good. I like this. I liked MVP with Bobby. Omos does need a manager. Larry said, I called this a month ago. Jesson said, I'm at Raw. Remember when I told you this a week ago? Jesson, shout out to you, dudes. Harry said, Omos needs a manager, and MVP is the man. It's good. It's good. Really like it. Really like it. That is just what Omos needs. I don't know how it's going to look, though. MVP in a suit, and what, is Omos going to just wear that? Or is Omos going to start wearing a suit? Do they make suits that big? Right. We want Bayley. I don't know if she's coming back. Well, she will come back, but I don't know if she's coming back tonight. I like it. Yeah, I like it. He's going to be a good asset. I'm trying to picture what they're going to look like together. Like, are they just going to keep them looking like that? Is MVP going to be in a suit, and Omos is just going to wear his like leather jacket thing? I don't know. I don't know if you tweak it. I don't know if you change it. I don't know. But I really like them together. Guys, here's the lovers. They've had a tiff. Thank you. Let's go and win that gold next week. Well, they're friends again now. That sucks. Here's Carmella. This would have been the sex celebration. Here's Carmella. It's my future wife. Zelina and Carmella. Heel turn next week then. Yeah. Pop it in the diary. Pop it in the diary. Heel turn next week. What if it's Liv that turns on Rhea? That could be fun, couldn't it? Because everyone, I say everyone, but a lot of people, I think, will probably expect Rhea to turn next week. But what if Liv gets there first? Liv with a bit of attitude. Could be alright. What was the point of the match earlier? Lols. Lols, that was it. Corey really said you're 10 seconds away from getting Chris rocked. Did he? That's good. Are you ready for Italy to win the World Cup, says Pablo. Do you know, I'm going to put money on Italy. I think they're my team this World Cup. I'm going to put it all on Italy to win the World Cup at the end of the year. Connor said, Rhea and Liv lost the contenders match. Why do they get an opportunity? Because they knocked on the door, right? And Vince opens. God damn. And Rhea went in. She's like, look, this crowd that are watching, I don't even think they're watching. Why don't we just have the title opportunity? Because they don't even know that we lost. Like, honestly, I as I was wrestling, I was looking out. I saw about 2 people that were watching. The rest were just on their phones. I reckon I counted about 1,000 that were asleep. So I know that the result is the other team won, but literally no one in this room, apart from the exception of maybe 3 or 4 people, even realised that we lost. So should we just do the title match next week? Because it'll look good for next week. And it was, goddamn, I love it. I love it. You're fired. What you mean I'm fired? Just like saying it. And then they did it, and then Vince was like, God damn, there's people watching at home. Forgot about the people at home. Damn it. But yeah, the people in attendance ain't gonna know, are they? They're all woke up after the match. They're all like Wendy Chu. Woke up. Who won? Don't know. I don't know who won. God damn. For a Raw after Mania, it's been flat, I must admit. I don't think it's WWE's fault, though. I mean, look, you've had a title change. You've had Veer. You've had MVP turning on Bobby Lashley. You've had a killer and fantastic Cody promo. You've had Ezekiel. I mean, honestly, they've given you some stuff. It's just like the crowd just are not there. They're not reacting. They're not bouncing. It's just, I don't know. This is the kind of crowd that might make Vince go, we need to change course here. We're not on the right path. Not that he will for anything, because like they're not reacting to anything, but this is the kind of quiet reaction, like no reaction, that is a problem. Do you know what I mean? They always say in wrestling, as long as you're making noise, then it's working. But like this non-reaction is like the worst. No reaction is the worst reaction. Right, we've got Zelina and Carmella. Let me get one thing straight. Carmella. You cost us our tag team titles. You're so preoccupied with yourself. You're preoccupied with a man who is a fool for marrying you. What? Zelina said he is a very handsome man. I thought you'd be one of my bridesmaids. I bet Malachi Black is watching this going, excuse me? I'm sorry, what? Down goes Carmella. Carmella trying to get out of the ring. Zelina attacking. Carmella's down. Look, Corey Graves doesn't quite know what to do. He's helping her up. Take that seat. Zelina's walking away. I can't quite figure out what's happening now. She's just sat in a chair. He's having a word with her. Oh my God. That... Gross. My eyes! I know. I didn't really get it. Like, she was sat in the chair for ages whilst he was talking to her. And then they were like, this is wrestling. This is wrestling. Guys, that's why I tune into Raw. I hope we get that every week. Larry said, please stop. I just ate. Daniel said, my Mr. Black will not be happy with Zelina. Maybe House of Black are on their way over. Well, if they are on their way over, this crowd ain't going to react to it. I can tell you that much. Malachi Black versus Corey Graves confirmed. It's maybe not the AEW WWE showdown people were hoping for. Like when it comes to dream matches, but this is what we're getting. Dave said, who kissed who? Brett kissed Brett. That is not PG. Wrestling, man, you gotta love it, says Rockstar Anch. Black and Zelina versus Graves and Carmella. Be down for that. It ain't gonna happen, but I'd be down for it. Arn said, I want the old WCW world title back. Big gold. That'd be good. Or do you mean like the... I was never like the big fan of the WCW, not their actual one that wasn't Big Gold. Big Gold was the one, wasn't it? Another wedding segment. Come on! I can't imagine if Riddle turns on Randy and goes heel. I kissed a girl and I liked it. I don't even know if that's PG. Netflix have announced they're not going to release Will Smith's greatest hits. Right now, we're just looking at WrestleMania and Stone Cold and Vince and that moment. Does anyone think Vince's face is real? No, it's CGI'd. CGI. He hasn't got a face. Fun fact, he hasn't got a face. They've been CGIing that since the 70s. Reggie said it's time to put two other random female wrestlers together to make a tag team. Mike said Rhea and Shayna would make a good female tag team. Right, we got Austin Theory backstage. Is the Usos are there. Usos. That segment was better than that stunner yesterday. The sort of move for Amos could rocket him into the world title picture. So we've got Usos backstage. You're the future of Monday night. They're laying into Austin Theory here. Rhea turns with Edge and Priest coming down to ringside. Rhea joins them. He says, Mr. McMahon never makes a mistake. I'm the best investment. Right, here's Randy. Here's Randy. We've got just over an hour to go. Gable Steveson and Montez Ford. Okay, bro. So, a 6-man tag match. Okay, so I thought they were taking on Street Profits. So, RK Bro making their way down to the ring. I don't know what this match is. RK Bro and Finn Balor against Usos and Austin Theory. RK Bro and Finn versus Usos and Austin Theory. Mr. McMahon's greatest investment, Austin Theory, will one day be in AEW. What is your favorite WWE title and why? Winged Eagle, and because it was the belt that was held by so many legends, and I think it's the most detailed and most attractive looking title. Like, I genuinely think it looks the best. So Winged Eagle, that is the one that was held by Hogan and Macho Man and Andre, Bret Hart, Razor. No, not Razor didn't have it, but it was around that era where like Razor was in. So late 80s, early 90s. Shawn Michaels, Stone Cold had it. So I think it got changed the night after WrestleMania 14 to the Attitude Era belt. So Stone Cold had it briefly. Sort of move for Amos. This sort of move for Amos could rocket him into the world title picture. What sort of move? Oh, do you mean the move as? I thought you meant like a wrestling move. The one where you put him with MVP. Yeah. I feel like we're a long way from it because he's very, very basic in the ring. But it's not stopped other people in the past, does it? So, what are the top 3 matches in WWE history? Can throw that out to the people. I mean, my favourite is Undertaker Shawn, but see what people say. Have you seen the Undertaker title? I have, yeah. It's a limited edition, isn't it? I think it was only available at Superstar Access. Someone kindly sent it through to me on social media. So I need to see if I can find a picture for it. Someone sent it through. I've had quite a few notifications, as you can imagine, where there's a lot of stuff that's been going on in the wrestling world. But yeah, someone did send me that Undertaker thing. Don't know if I'll quickly find it. Bailey figures. No. There, yes. That. It's kind of nice, isn't it? It's a winged eagle. It's a winged eagle with like a purple background. There's only 50 that have been numbered and will be sold. So it's available at Superstar Access. Only 50 of them out there, and it's nice. It is very nice. It's very cool. I mean, he never held like a belt that looked like that, but he did hold the winged eagle. But yeah, it's to commemorate the Hall of Fame. Look, it's nice, and it's so detailed. I mean, it's such a lovely belt, the winged eagle. So yeah, I did see that. It's really cool. It's really cool. So 29 minutes ago, look, Ezekiel said, "Hey guys, since Elias is gone, I'm going to take over his Twitter. I'm his younger brother, Ezekiel." So there we go. Ezekiel has taken over Elias's Twitter. Lol. Bret Hart got gifted a winged eagled belt this past week. Did he? He deserves it. He deserves it. Oldie Spice, hello. Dylan Evans, William Wyndham is going to AEW, just not yet. Okay, we've got Balor making his way out. Balor, who was not at WrestleMania. So here is Finn. It's confirmed Days is backstage and is about to challenge Roman tonight for the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship. Okay, well, the crowd seemed quite excited to see Balor. Should have had a Balor WrestleMania match. We really should. Tell you what, day 2 would have really benefited from a ladder match. Could you imagine if we did like a multi-person ladder match for the mid-card belt, the US title or something? It could have been great. Shawn, Undertaker, Hogan, Andre, Brett, Stone Cold, says Zoom Station. Larry said, I like RK Bro, but I like Austin over Finn. Bum, 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 bum. Adam Cole needs to take small guy notes from Finn. Evil Twin, shout out to you. Miguel said Balor has been on a losing streak. Dave Meltzer reported the Black Scorpion will do a run-in, said Murphy. Wow, I tell you what, these entrances are long, aren't they? That was kind of cool. Austin Theory with his selfies and everything. I like these CGI selfies. Me Theory, says Austin. I missed Money in the Bank ladder matches at WrestleMania. It added a bit more excitement. What was the point of the Carmella and Corey making out segment except to waste time? But that was the sexy part of the show. You've got to have a bit of sex appeal. Sex sells. Yeah, I mean, that's fact. That was the OnlyFans part of the show. Little bit X-rated for the dads. Little bit of blue. You know, and can't have everything for the kids. So, give it a little bit of something for the dads. Jimmy, Jay, and Austin Theory then. So, 6-man tag coming up. And we're into the final hour. Daniel said that's the same Usos that just absolutely ripped into Theory. And now they're teaming with him, right? Daniel said, is it me or is the lack of international fans making this crowd dull? I don't know if there is a lack, to be honest. I really don't know. I mean, I would imagine the international fans are probably not in the same numbers they were a few years ago. But I think it's more likely that it is that they're burnt out, you know. SmackDown into Hall of Fame, into NXT, into Night 1, into Night 2, into Raw is a lot. Tanjiro said, who do you think Crash Roman celebration? Brock or someone else? Shout out from France. Tanjiro, shout out to you, but apparently Brock is not there, so not Brock. So if Roman is closing the show, then, I mean, look, it might not be anyone that interrupts because he could come out and say he's going to have to forfeit the title because of his injury. That's an option. Or it could be someone like Drew, because I did always feel that Drew was going to have a feud with Roman because when the draft was done, they were clearly the two big main event stars on SmackDown. we looked, and it was like really hard to see where the other main event stars were. I mean, you did have a Jeff Hardy, but Jeff Hardy has been used around the mid-card quite a bit. You did have Kofi, but he was in a tag team. You did have Shinsuke, but he was Intercontinental Champ. And are they really going to have him in a feud with Roman? I couldn't really see it. We got Edge live tonight. So Edge is live tonight. So, yeah, I feel like at some point we will get Drew. Remember when Finn Balor faced Riddle at NXT TakeOver? No, to be honest. No. I'm sure they did face. They were both in NXT at the same time, but I can't recall it. Oof. Why does it sound like they're singing Seth's theme? I think they were. Roman should come and say there won't be no more challenges until he recovers. Drew is supposed to be next for Roman, says Chris. Balor is 40. Balor is 40. Is he? Is he 40? Looks good. I mean, look, 40 is the new 39. Seth chants. Texas fans are wrestled out. Ring of Honor Super Show, Impact Multiverse, Stand and Deliver, 2 nights of WrestleMania. Yeah, that's true, actually. That is true, because there could have been some other shows that some of them went to on top of the shows that have already been seen. And you've got access. It has been busy. It has been busy weekend. I heard someone make a shout earlier today that Ciampa could be a contender to join Edge's faction. What do you think of that? I don't mind it, but it's not one that I'm crazy about. I think Rhea joining makes a lot of sense. Tommaso is kind of like a bit of a badass, really. I see him as being like the leader of NXT. He stands on his own 2 feet. To see him be a bit of a subversive, to see him like be someone that falls in line to Edge, I don't know. I mean, it's a great opportunity for him, but I see him as being someone that would fight against that faction more than with that faction. He's very outspoken. He's very, we've seen him for a long, long time in NXT, and I understand that when you come to the main roster, they're going to tweak and change you. Look at Butch, for example, yeah? I understand that they're going to do that. But just right now, with like what I think of Ciampa and how he's been presented, doesn't quite strike me as being a natural fit. It could work. It's not the worst idea in the world. It's not the way that I would go. I really see Ciampa being someone that would stand up to that faction more than join it. Rhea Ripley would join it. She would join it. She's, covered in tattoos and kind of like really represents that punk rock, hard rock kind of thing. I just don't know if I get that vibe from Ciampa. I don't know. I don't hate it. Give him something to do. Can I see him teaming with Damian Priest? And I just don't know. It's not a bad show, but it's not the best Raw after WrestleMania. Rhea Ripley will join next week. T-Bar, yes, I could see that. He's got a good size to him as well. T-Bar and Damian Priest would be really good together. He's kind of like the forgotten man as well. He needs something to do. That could be good for T-Bar, because we've seen T-Bar fall in line. He was in Retribution. So it would make sense for him to have a new leader now, and that leader be Edge, and it would give him something to do. I like that one more. 1, 2, kick out by Riddle. Moldy said, Rob Van Dam left some CBD at the arena. It's been passed around before the show. The crowd is spaced out. Days, who is Goldust? Who's Goldust? Do you mean Stardust? Goldust is, it's Cody's brother. And he now goes by Dustin Rhodes, his real name, in AEW. But Cody, when he was first in WWE, he was Cody Rhodes. And then I can't remember how he got into the Star. He then became Stardust. Did he bang his head or something? Was it? I can't remember. I can't remember how we got from Cody into Stardust. That one has been lost in the annals of history for me. I'd have to look at it. Can you send me the code for the video? The code for the video. I don't know what that means. Don't know what that means. Draping DDT by Randy. Voices or Burning My Light. I like them both. I like them both. Like, I really liked Burning My Light. So I don't mind. I wouldn't mind changing it and going back at all. I know a lot of people love Voices, but yeah, I would change it back. I think Voices is great as well. But I'm ready for a change. Maybe we could change to something else. RKO, that's gone down well. The crowd loved that. Randy Orton's down. Riddle. Oh, kick to the midsection. We got about 45 minutes left of the show. It was Goldust that made him change. Cody and Goldust kept losing, so they had to figure something out, and then that brought out Stardust. I can't remember that, you know. I can't remember that. I really can't remember. Okay, Austin Theory has managed to get the win here, and Finn Balor is down. Selfie by Austin Theory. So, Randy Orton is down. So, Theory taking some selfies, him and the Usos. And, right, we're moving on to Edge. They should not have had the Usos and Theory win with this dead of a crowd. It's a bad move. What a weird reaction. What the hell is WWE doing to Finn? It's not fair. David said, if it was Stephanie McMahon's idea for him to put on the paint to switch it up for Cody and Goldust, it was Stephanie McMahon's idea. WWE, Jake said, I think Goldust will defeat Roman and jump off the roof with a shooting star, and then Cody pops into the ring and becomes a poo-poo baby. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, here we go then. It's going to be Edge. Edgy Priest. I'm guessing Priest is coming out with him. There's Edge. That's cool. With the wings in the background, that's cool. I like this for Edge. I like this. It's different. No one else is doing this kind of a thing. Edge is kind of like elder statesman wearing a suit, and he's got the purple light. I mean, I like the whole presentation. WWE and AEW is morphing into one brand. What's your opinion on Edge's new entrance song? Well, I mean, it's nowhere near as great as his previous one, but it's not meant to be. It's meant to fit this character better. I mean, you can't have people getting hyped with, you know, you think you know me and like all of that. That's a different version, isn't it? That's a different Edge. That's a different gimmick. It's a different side of Edge. So I think they were right to change it, and I think the whole presentation of this. I mean, I find it a bit generic. I don't really like. I don't know. I can't remember it after it's ended, or I couldn't. You could probably even play it to me and go, "Is this his music?" I'd be like, I don't know. It strikes me as being quite generic, but it suits this version of him. It can slowly come down to it, and it's got a good vibe. Vape Ross Vape said, Alistair Black ripoff is good stuff, pal. It is very House of Black. Yeah, it is very House of Black. There is no escaping that. This song is by the same band as Metalingus, Alter Bridge. The Evil Edge says, you never knew me. Edge, Damian Priest, Randy Orton as Legend Killer should be the faction. It's a good band that he's got his theme song from. I love this new Edge theme, says Wrestle Andy. Kind of wanted a cool fire entrance. Right, we are at commercial break, and we've got 40-odd minutes to go. I think that... I think there's been a lot that's happened on this show. I think the show has really suffered from the crowds. I think the crowd has really hurt this show. I think that there has been a lot, though. And compared to a normal Raw, it's undeniable that this has been better than a normal Raw. The only problem is this is meant to be the biggest and the best and the most significant Raw of the year, and I don't know. I mean, I feel like the turn is the biggest thing that we've had. Well, and the Cody promo, but we knew we were getting that. And Elias coming back could be fun. We'll see what comes of that. The title change, I suppose, but NXT isn't quite what it was. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's not really like we've just watched Johnny Gargano against Tommaso Ciampa kind of a thing, you know? The only comparison I see to Malachi is that he's dressed in black, and that is it. Well, it's a darky, moody faction. He's in a suit. Like, there's quite a few things that kind of cross over. I mean, he certainly doesn't wrestle the same style, but it does have very strong House of Black vibes to it. I think I agree. I can see why people would say that. It's not Elias. It's Ezekiel. Get it right. We're back from commercial break. I've never seen a crowd so quiet at a Raw after WrestleMania. Okay, Edge promo. For all of you, thinking is hard. For too long, Damian Priest tried to be a fine, upstanding person just like me. WWE Monday Night Raw is coming to Detroit. I don't know. They would give us a new Edge entrance and theme music after 2K22 launched. All rise. So he's going to bring out Damian Priest. Right. This is the man who will dish out the punishment for the guilty. Well, they haven't changed Damian Priest's entrance theme. That's a shame. I think they need to change his entrance theme. He's coming out in a suit. Edge punishing this crowd. If Vince keeps doing 2-night WrestleManias, they could hold Raw in another city to get a fresh crowd. Edge is not having it. Right. So we got Edge in the ring. We got Damian Priest making his way down. Gotta think they've got... I mean, look, we've just under 40 minutes to go. I've got to think there's something else in this show. I mean, we haven't heard from Roman. That's going to be a big segment. Handshakes by Edge and Damian Priest. Damian Priest goes over to get a microphone. We're going to hear from him. Boos. I mean, the crowd are at least awake. It's good. It's positive. I've got to ask, what is it about my pearls of genius, my message? Damian Priest said, I mean, do you know what? These two will surely end up having a match at some point. It could be pretty fun, couldn't it? These two having a match. I don't think it'll be for a while. I'd imagine they'll be in a union for a while. We don't care is being chanted. Damian Priest said there was a time that would have bothered me. I tried to please them. We are losers. Edge called them losers. Do you think the House of Black presentation is better and that the suits them more naturally than Edge? No, I like the presentation of this. I think this is fine. I think Edge brings something different to this roster. There's not anyone doing this. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's good. I think Edge, it's a new coat of paint for Edge as well. And the union with Damian Priest, I think, could work well. I think it's working with Edge quite well. He's got, like, the hair and everything. It reminds me of, like, I don't know, a dude that's in a painting. Wasn't there a dude in a painting in Ghostbusters? I kind of feel like he kind of looks like he's just walked out of a painting. I like it. I think it suits Edge. I'm not as sold about how it's suiting Damian Priest at the moment. Mitchell said, so is this just Edge's House of Black? There's a lot of people making those comparisons. Okay. The lights have come up. Here's AJ. AJ coming out. I don't really know where we were going with this. AJ quickly making his way down, and big strike by AJ. AJ attacking Damian Priest. Damian Priest getting thrown into the WWE Universe. Takedown. I don't know if you saw the footage of AJ when he got that cut on the side of his face. You've got the entrance way at WrestleMania. He walks round the corner straight into the staging, and you can still see the mark on the side of his face. AJ chucking some chairs into the ring. He's going for a concerto. Oh, and here's Damian Priest. Edge is the more of the originator of the goth gimmick, said Ultimate Mix. Damian didn't even do anything to deserve this, says PJ. Who won the NXT title? It was Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker beat Dolph Ziggler. So Bron Breakker is the new NXT champion. So it's like a spear with a leg sweep. So Damian Priest sweeps the legs, and a spear by Edge. AJ is down. Damian Priest is putting the chair underneath AJ's head. Is someone going to make the save? Is someone going to rescue? Oh, there's referees coming in. Referees are in. Referees have jumped into the ring, and Edge is laughing. Are they chanting Jamie Noble or thank you, Noble? I think they're saying thank you, Noble. And there we go. That's the end of that. Do you know what Raw needs, Asuka? Yes. Damian didn't even do anything. Does this new Edge gimmick kind of remind you of Aleister Black gimmick? Yep. Veer Mania is running mild. Riddle has Orton, and now Priest has Edge. Would be an awesome tag team. Here's Street Profits. Street Profits. This new Edge gimmick has a touch of Sean O'Hare. Raw needs Wee Man. Okay. Street Profits. I don't know who they're facing, to be honest. I thought they were facing Arcade Bro, but we've already had Arcade Bro. Are they facing Alpha Academy? If it is Alpha Academy, we are absolutely not going to need Chad Gable coming out saying shoosh. If I was Vince, I'd be going up to Chad Gable saying, don't say shoosh. This crowd do not need encouraging. It is Alpha Academy. Oh my God. Chad Gable might come out with a shoosh shirt, and at the top is written, don't shoosh. Please don't shoosh. Written on in Sharpie. Shoosh. Alpha Academy. Shoosh. It's addictive, isn't it? Shoosh. It's Alpha Academy for the 1000th time. We need Gable Steveson. We need Gable Shooshan. That's what we need. Gable Shooshan. Gable Shooshan. That's hard to say. And almost impossible to chant. Gable, shoosh, son. Gable, shoosh, son. Gable, shoosh, son. Oh, I got it. Gable, shoosh, son. Gable, shoosh, son. He should totally be with Alpha Academy, and he should change his name to that. It's right there. It's right flipping there. Chad. Otis. Shoeson. Vape Ross Vape said, Cody and the House of Edge. Where's the Young Ducks? The Young Ducks. Well done. Well done. Very good, the Young Ducks. I'd love the Young Ducks. Peace Low. We could have Peace Low. They've got Wardlow. We could have Peace Low. I like it. Gable Shewson. Chad Gable couldn't stare Gable Steveson in the eyes when he shooshed him. That shoosh is actually annoying. This is like Seth and Murphy with the Monday Night Messiah storyline, says DeAndre. Mr. Beam said, if Raw was a person, it would be Wrestling Days. Yes. Gets no reaction. Very underwhelming. I completely agree. Blueberry Waterfall said, did you see Chris Jericho on the Kurt Angle podcast? Kurt Angle and Chris Jericho said, Cody, it's not the only big name championship. More are going. Who do you think it is? Well, I don't think more are going. I think it's more a case of more will, because it will. I mean, people come and go, and you know, just like how Danielson is not going to be the only person going from WWE to AEW. Like, more will go from WWE to AEW, and more will go from AEW to WWE. What I did see that clip, but what I thought was more interesting was they asked Cody, do you think that this is the start? And Cody's answer was, well, you know, everyone's individual, but I already know that certain people are going to reach out and ask me questions, because there's some people in AEW that are maybe a bit more superstar. And he said, I'm not going to name names, but, you know, when they do reach out, I'll give them an honest answer. And I thought that was very interesting, because that implies that he is already expecting someone to reach out and ask him questions. Like, he's already anticipating that some superstars in AEW are going to hit him up and say, can you get me in? What's it like? Blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I mean, look, the will, it's natural, it's normal. Shush. Who do I think it will be? I mean, well, MJF is a name that comes to mind, isn't it? Because he would do great in WWE. He's a great talker. There we go, right, and they attack Street Profits. Right, I don't think this is going to take very long, because I think we've still got Roman to come. The Shooshers are here. Shoosh. They robbed us of the shoosh in the intro. Roman Soldiers said, Raw just sucks. SmackDown is better. Murphy said, Wardlow is a future 24/7 champ. Oh. Adam Pearce? No count-outs. No DQ. A Texas Tornado match? A Texas Tornado match? We're having a Kerry Von Erich match? Damn, they should put his image on screen, shouldn't they? If this is a Texas Tornado match, then put him on screen. Goes crashing over to the outside. Montez Ford did that same spot at WrestleMania. Texas Tornado. I used to love him, Texas Tornado. I had his Hasbro. McMahon has had enough of this dead crowd. Raw only have 3 tag teams in the entire division. Yes. We want... Are they saying we want tables? One count. I thought the Profits were going to turn heel. I did as well. I thought that we were going to get new champions, heel turn. I thought RK Bro might split up. I seriously thought there was going to be stuff like that was going to happen, but not to be. Not to be. Tornadoes in Dallas area tonight. Put some respect on Kerry's name, says says Heather. I hope you're well, Heather. I don't really care about this match, even with the Texas Tornado rule. And certainly because they've not given me a picture of the Texas Tornado, I care even less. So I'm guessing it's not going to stay around too long, because I'm guessing we're going to have a juicy Roman segment to close this baby out. Listen, if The Rock comes out, that's all anyone's going to be talking about. Dallas is a dead crowd. They want tables. They don't get what they want. It's true. Should have been better throughout the rest of the show. Can't ask for tables and get them now. You don't deserve them. Splash by Otis. Outside Cody, this Raw has been awful, says JJB Gaming. Justin said, thank God we didn't get a 24/7 segment on Raw. Heather said, you 2 days, long time no see. Where's Tony Blizzard, said Vape Ross Vape. Tony Blizzard. Right, commercial break. Opening segment and the MVP heel turn are the only noteworthy things that have happened tonight. Roman still coming up, though. That is true. Evil Twin said they want the head of the table, Roman Reigns. The Rock's not coming out. He will. The Rock's going to come out. The Rock is coming out, and it's going to be an amazing moment, and we're all going to cry. And then people will be like, this was a 10 out of 10 Raw. Cody's segment was the best thing on the show. It was amazing. Harley said, I wouldn't mind if we're building up to Stevenson versus Gable at Backlash. Yeah, I wonder if Stevenson comes out, yeah. We have a good night, everyone. See Sapphire King, shout out to you. We are just at commercial break, by the way. So we are. Raw is commercials, says Murphy World Order, and that is true. That is true. 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes left. That is it. Mitchell said, Otis needs to turn on Gable. Then Gable Stevenson needs to come out and defend Chad Gable. Then Chad and Stevenson make a new team, and they team with Kurt Angle. Well, I mean, it'd be lovely if we did go that way. Why are you flipping? Why am I flipping? Yeah, I would like to. I wouldn't mind that. I mean, I don't know that Kurt's going to be involved, but it would be pretty fun. I mean, I'm sure they're going to do something with Stevenson. I don't think they're just going to chuck him out there and go, good luck. I don't recommend chucking him out there in front of this crowd. I can tell you that much. He's going to need all the luck in the world if they do. What if Roman actually has broken his arm and he has to relinquish? It would be a waste of 582. Nothing you can do, though, is there? If that's what we've got to do, that's what we've got to do. Imagine Roman relinquishes both of the belts tonight. It would be tragic. LSW said the crowd has really sucked the life out of this show. I wish I could smack all of them in the face collectively. Well, do you know what, LSW? They always say that you should follow your dreams and believe in yourself. And I think one day you will be able to do exactly that if you follow your dream. Imagine if you lived by Texas and if you just went down to the stadium and as the crowd were walking out, you just slapped them round the face as they walked past. Why didn't you cheer? You're a disgrace. Did you fall asleep? Oh, God. Did you get slapped by that guy? He called me a disgrace. Call yourself a wrestling fan. Oh, Jesus. Do it, Alistair. Do it. Otis is going underneath the ring, grabbing a table. Seems like even if you are a rubbish crowd, you get what you want. What a bad example. What a bad example. Honestly, table's getting the best reaction of the night so far. This is a Texas Tornado tag team table match. That's what we've got. That's what we've got going on right now. Otis is going up top. Gaming in real time said Stone Cold came back at exactly 3:16 at WrestleMania. Fun fact. That is a fun fact. That is a fun fact. Oh! Into the ring steps. I wonder if that was done on purpose or if it was a coincidence. WWE or AEW? I think they've both got strengths and weaknesses, but I've watched WWE my whole life. Chad Gable up top with Montet. That's a ladder. That table is a long way away. That's a long way. Wow, look at it. Backhander by Lance. Goes on that table. Montez. Frog splash. 1, 2, 3. Always hurts himself, doesn't he? Always hurts himself. There we go. Street Profits have won. Chad Gable goes through the table. Gable through a table. We had Gable on a table. I hope there's a new title, says Pablo. Is it possible for a bad crowd to completely ruin a match or segment? That would have been really great otherwise. It's absolutely possible, yeah. It's absolutely possible for a great crowd to make a match, and it's absolutely possible for a rubbish crowd to kill one. So there we go, Street Profits. We've got 16 minutes to go. That's look at Gable. He's like... Right, Roman. All Elite Wrestling fans said I'm late to Raw. What have I missed? Wow, it's been a riot. No, I mean, look, a lot has happened on the show. A lot has happened. But you might have joined at the right time. We're just about to get The Rock. If you smell what The Rock is cooking. The Rock says. The Rock says. That is good. The crowd, when that happens. Oh, this crowd. We want tables. We want tables. Days, do you think we'll have a big SmackDown? Oh. What, you and me? Maybe if you buy me dinner first, wrestle with Andy. Oh. I'll see ya. I'll see ya. No is the answer. I think the big SmackDown was on Friday gone. But, yeah, I don't know that we'll get one this week. It might be bigger than normal, but I don't think it's going to be like the SmackDown after WrestleMania. Well, it will. It will be billed as that. But I don't think it's going to be like this. Because, like, the thing you've got is if there are international fans that kind of came for the weekend, they'll be gone by Friday. Maybe if it was on tomorrow, but Friday, it's the start of a new... It's the start of a new weekend, isn't it? This crowd needs to be reincarnated by The Rock. Commercial break. It's always commercial break. I don't even know if I watch a show, to be honest. I just watch commercials. It's like the show interrupts the commercials rather than the other way around. Drew is going to come out. Drew's going to come out, right? And everyone's like, oh, it's only Drew. I thought it was going to be someone else. And then he'll reach into his thing and he'll pull out The Rock. So everyone thinks it's going to be the swords, but it's actually The Rock. And The Rock's like pretending to be a sword. And then he goes like this. And it's like, oh my God, it's The Rock. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be really good. It's going to be really emotional. I'm going to start crying. I feel like Roman is all right. I feel like with today's media, news would have got out about his injury and if he would relinquish the belt. 2 out of the 3 hours of Raw are commercials. Austin said Drew comes out and then the Fiend destroys Drew. Please and thank you. Yeah. Totes. Totes. Hey, where was Alexa? Or Asuka? Or Bailey? Or Lacey Evans? Or Tommaso Ciampa? Like, where have these people been? Where are these people? Jonah said, I haven't watched the show. I'm glad I'm missing what seems to be the worst Raw after Mania ever. Legend Killer, shout out to you, dude. I hope you are well. Jordan said, can Drew lift Dwayne? I mean, how many stones does a Rock weigh? Nice. Nice. Very good. Sword plays, then boom, here comes the money. Oh. Here come the money. Here come the money. Roman's going to be in the ring, and then out of nowhere, Goldberg's music's going to hit. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. With Roman only getting 10 minutes, do you think it's going to be a relinquishment? I don't know. I don't think that makes a difference, to be honest. I don't know what he's going to do. We're going to find out. We'll find out together. Roman Reigns. I feel like something's going to happen. We've got to close this bad boy on some kind of a note. I don't think Roman's coming down and he's just going to like say acknowledge me. I told you I would do it. I'm the head of the table and that's it. AJ Styles against Damian Priest next week. Fiend, shout out. Rahi. I'll go with that. Rahi Karma. 10 minutes late. 10 minutes left. It takes 8 minutes to get to the ring. Perhaps he finally gets the ring, gets the microphone. He goes, "Told you." And then chucks it and walks away. Rey Mysterio versus Veer Mahaan next week. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the new undisputed here we go then, big dog. The new undisputed Universal Champion. Roman. So, 10 minutes, there he is. That CGI Roman is fake news because it hasn't got a massive bump. That's fake. It hasn't got a torn muscle. Dun 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 dun. Here he is. God modes. Usos are with him. Heyman's got both belts. Job done, innit? Job done. Greatness on a different level. God mode. There we go. Roman 2 belts. Holds up both of those championships. Acknowledge him. You better be acknowledging him. That seemed to be a look, that's a problem. That was a problem for him. He had both belts and he had to like this. And then as he came, yeah, that was a problem. That was a problem. Roman making his way down to the ring. Arm seems to be functional. It looked painful. It looked painful. Roman looking around. This crowd. I think Roman forgot his God mode cheat at Mania. His shoulder took damage. It doesn't feel like he's going to forfeit the titles. Like, he's got a little smile on his face. He's having a little look at the camera. Little side-eye look at the camera. It's a little bit of a sexy Roman look as he gets on the edge of the ring. Cena's going to return. What is Roman wearing? He's wearing his God mode shirt. He's wearing some tracksuits, bottoms. He's all in black. And he's got some white trainers. We the ones, the head of the table, Roman Reigns, getting into the ring with Heyman and the Usos, and someone's coming out. If you smell what The Rock is cooking. It's going to happen, guys. It's going to happen. Oh, grimace on the face. There we go, those titles. Oof. Doesn't look happy. He doesn't look happy with that at all. Dun dun dun. Right, mate. Daisy, you backstage always. Rubbish crowd, acknowledge me. Roman. I think they're chanting Roman. Wants the mic, gets the mic. Little smile on his face. Little smile. I know what you want. We know why you're here. Have a good sleep. Oh, we're going to switch things up. Explain the bloodline success? The single longest reigning tag team champions in the history of SmackDown, the Usos. I don't know how that happened. Okay, so they're just running down some of the numbers, some of the things that he's achieved. Roman Reigns. 58% increase on Peacock from last year. Okay, I don't know if these numbers are accurate, but they're impressive. Roman Reigns, the crowd are joining in. Roman Reigns! Undisputed Roman Reigns. So he passes the microphone over to Roman. Roman has got the microphone, is in the ring. Great little intro there by Paul Heyman. And actually the crowd is chanting Roman, which is unusual. They seem to have switched their allegiance over to Brock. What is good for Roman is good for WWE. The $1 billion deals are coming easy. He says that he's the last needle mover. God mode. 4 belts in that ring. Your tribal chief is more than that. He's a man of his words. I called my shot. And I delivered. I said I'd smash Brock. And I smashed him. That's the past. 1 minute. 1 minute. He's a progressive tribal chief. Constantly moving forward. Yeah. Okay, so on SmackDown. So on SmackDown, you'll find out what the next step is. So his music hits. And he said on SmackDown on Friday, we will tell you what the next step is. I don't think Asuka's coming out. I'm just going to be honest now, guys. I don't think Asuka's coming out. I don't think there's an Asuka. I don't think there's a Bayley. I don't think you're getting Lacey Evans. And it's ended. That is it. I said no way would they just end with, like, nothing happening. And Vince was like, hold my beer. And that's exactly what he did. Lol. What do you score WWE Raw? What do you score it? What do you score it? No surprise. Lol. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Do you know what? I should imagine The Rock was backstage, right? The Rock was backstage. He was ready to walk out, and I should imagine Vince was like, don't bother. This crowd do not deserve this. We'll do it next week. Or we'll do it next year. Guys, this crowd was we were meant to, Asuka's backstage, Bayley's backstage, The Rock is backstage. We were going to get loads of stuff. An AEW invasion was planned, but we didn't get any of it because this crowd were horrific. I loved it. 8.5, says Big Boy Dally. Mitchell said that Raw was underwhelming. Well, I mean, look, what I will say is it was, I think, better than what we normally get on a Raw. I mean, you know, you did still get the arrival of Veer, the MVP turn, NXT title change, great Cody promo. I kind of feel like, though, the second part, like, of the show was a bit, I don't really know what happened. I mean, we got, like, that, just a normal tag match. Tornado, well, it was the tornado thing, but I don't know. It's just a bit weird. And then, like, Roman came out, and he was like, basically, tune into SmackDown. And that was it. The Cody promo was the best. They advertised him tonight just to send you to SmackDown on Friday. Yeah. And then on Friday, I'll be like, tune into Raw, where I'm really going to tell you what I'm going to do. It's just going to keep going that way till next year's WrestleMania. It wasn't better than the normal Raw. It was terrible other than a Cody promo. I don't know, dudes. We watch these Raws every week. I mean, I would say there was quite a bit that happened here. You know, MVP turning on Bobby is interesting. I mean, that's pretty cool. Title change with NXT title is pretty cool. We got Zelina and Carmella splitting, which I know is not really anything that major, but it's a something that's happened. I mean, we tend to watch Raws where there's just nothing that's happening. You're just getting, like, do you know what I mean? Just matches, and it's just all a bit flat. At least there was stuff that happened here. And we got Ezekiel. Never forget. Never forget. Elias is back. And he's back as Ezekiel. To be honest, I mean, this Raw already would get a favourable score from me because of the Cody segment at the start. Which, I mean, I can't remember seeing a promo that was that honest and that emotional, if you will, for a long time in WWE. Normally it's just scripted. And flat, but that had a little bit of something to it. I think this is a hard one to score because I genuinely think we got more than what you would normally get. But I think the expectation was obviously crazy high as well. So I think if this had been a normal week, just a normal week, I think people would be into it. But it's not a normal week. It's the biggest Raw of the year. And I think as a result, it's going to have underwhelmed. So I don't know quite how to score it, to be honest. I think it's really a tricky one. If you go low, then, like, as I said, I think it's better than a normal. I'm going to go 7.25. 7.25. I'll go 725. I think that puts it around. I think that's pretty fair. I think it's pretty fair. 625, 675, 579, 579. Shuggoth said, this was the pre-show, right? Now starts the actual Raw after WrestleMania. Yeah, I mean, look, I completely agree that if you judge this on being Raw after WrestleMania and it's the big show after WrestleMania and it's going to be the crowd are awful, then yeah, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good enough. Let's put it that way. It's not good enough. But compared to other Raws that we've sit through and watch, I think there was enough here to warrant a positive score. Good show, not great, but the crowd is what makes it, and the crowd don't react, we won't think much. Everyone's hopes were destroyed. What did you think about Veer's debut? Was it worth the wait? I thought it was. Well, was it worth the wait? I would say no. I mean, he just came storming down. I think Veer needed a big pop. Veer needed a big reaction after that long waiting, and this crowd were just not there, and they didn't give it. And had the crowd been going like crazy, like Veer, imagine if they were chanting his name, Veer, Veer, Veer. Like, it would have felt bigger. It would have felt more of a moment. It's just, yeah. Darwin said the crowd was awful, but the show was good. Tonight was boring, says Zymatics. It was Raw after WrestleMania, and a good WrestleMania. How else are we supposed to rate it? It's not a normal Raw. Yeah, but what? I don't know what you mean. Like, you can't rate this as just Raw after WrestleMania because it's still Raw. So, I mean, like, you can take it. This is what I'm saying. It is difficult, but if you was to score every Raw after WrestleMania and only do that, then you could compare them all. But equally, if you score this like a 6, well, what about next week, when next week you get even less? But because the expectations are lower, people will score it higher. Do you know what I mean? Like, normally when we do these things, we're around a 7. Well, what if next week, like, the show has got nothing in it? Like, this is my point. Like, you got quite a bit here. Like, you did get quite a bit. But it just doesn't feel like it, and nothing felt like it mattered because the crowd was so rubbish. And, Veer came out. We finally got Veer after months and months and months. No reaction. I mean, it was very quiet. And so it just didn't feel like it mattered. And, like, there was that happened all throughout the night. So I just think that if you sit and list all the things that we got tonight, I feel like this was better than an average Raw. And so I have to take that into consideration. But you can equally take into consideration that this was Raw after WrestleMania. And so, maybe that does deflate the score a little bit. I think it's tricky. It is tricky. I don't think you can just rate it against other Raws after WrestleMania. Because if you do, I mean, this was a really bad one. But it was still better than last year's, because there was no crowd last year. So I don't know what I scored last year's, but I feel like, but then is your expectation higher because this one had a crowd, whereas last year didn't have a crowd, so you wasn't expecting it to be good? You see what I mean? It's difficult. It's a difficult one to score. I'm not gonna think about it anymore. I've put my score out there, and if I think about it, I'll tie myself up in knots, and I don't want to do that. And I'm pretty tired anyway after the few days that we've had. And actually, do you know what? Honestly, look, we've had over 500 votes. Just to hammer that point home, look at this poll. 27% have gone 7 to 7. 7-5, 25% have gone 5-7-5 or below, 24% have gone 6 to 6-7-5, 22% have gone 8 to 10. That is pretty much 25, 25, 25, 25. The community has pretty much gone. The community is like, I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know. Do you think this was a good Raw? I don't know. I think we can all universally agree the crowd were rubbish. And I think we can all universally agree that they definitely did give us things on this show. But how that actually boils down into a score, I think we've all gone, Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. I don't blame you. I think it's tricky. But as I said, I'm going to go with that because I feel like that's a little higher than a normal Raw. I feel like we're sometimes at 7s and 6.5s and things like that. So I think 7.25 just gives it that little bit over a normal Raw, but it's still well below where it should be for a Raw after WrestleMania. So I'll stick with that. Right, we're done. We are done. I'm gonna go to bed. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to bed and have dreams of a good crowd. Appreciate the support. I hope you enjoyed it or got something from it. Seems like Roman's got something to say and he's going to say it on Friday, but it doesn't feel like he's going to relinquish the title unless they're having to do a check on his arm tomorrow or something. And they don't actually know what's next yet. I mean, that seriously could be the situation we're in. It could be that they don't know how bad his arm is, so you can't have someone walk out because you might not be able to do the match. If you had Drew walk out here, well, that would imply that we're getting Drew and Roman, but he might be having a check tomorrow, and it might be that it turns out he's out for a few months, and so you're not going to get Drew and Roman, so maybe they were in, when it comes to the main event tonight, a bit of a tricky situation, because maybe they don't quite know the extent of Roman's injury. And maybe that's why on Friday, we're going to find out what the future holds. Because on Friday, Roman will know what the future holds. It's very, very real prospect that right now they don't know what's happening with Roman. That's very real. I mean, it was very clear when he was holding up the belts that it was struggle to hold him, and there was a couple of times that his face was doing this as he's holding it up and then labouring it back down again. Saw him doing this a little bit afterwards. It really felt like it was a challenge to pick those belts up, and I know some of that could be symbolism of, these are the titles, kind of a thing, but the grimacing on the face whilst he was holding them made me think he was in a bit of pain during that. So I really think there's an argument that they don't know what the future holds for Roman, and we'll all find out. It'll probably leak before, to be honest, but I don't think we're out the woods of him relinquishing belts. I just think he looked quite comfortable when he came out, but now we know why. It's because he wasn't making that announcement that he was going to relinquish the title. But maybe he does it on Friday. Right, awesome. Appreciate the support, guys. Really, really do. We are back tomorrow for NXT. So we are back tomorrow. We've also got some Champions League football. I'm going to go and rest my voice. A lot of talking. Yeah. Appreciate the support. Have a good evening wherever you are. And hopefully, see you again next time. Bye for now.